monetize the game. Are you a betting man, Harry?
You assume I favor one side over the other. You know me better than that, Sam. Besides, I left my wallet at home.
Attackers, prepare for insertion. Team Mirror to the map. Team Ash has breached the map.
Joker, now.
Roger. Let's go fishing.
Good to go, Jordan.
Copy that.
Three attackers remaining.
Callie, I need cover! We're pinned down, Callie! Get us down! Callie! What the heck are you doing?
Giving them a clear target.
Come out and play.
Only two attackers remain. Two defenders remain on the map. Team Ash wins.
Something tells me that didn't come out of the playbook.
Not in our playbook, anyway. Something tells me this fight ain't over.
To be able to react quickly, you must remove unnecessary variables from the equation. Emotion for one, as well as the fear of consequence. Good reaction time and
Instinct can't be bought. That won't stop me from trying.
I don't know how you do things in the private sector, but we do not use people as bait here.
This is a game, princess. And I just want it for you.
Keep her back! Steady there. Guys, no! Are you off or not? Back off! Come on, back off! Stay
なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。お。ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は 必ず撃つ。
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar.
Tango in my sights.
Now it's time for new belt nitro signal, and he fell for it. He's looking to give coverage for his teammate, right? Can he lock it down? Yes, he can, but the swing's in. Has to find it. No time. Pun has to swing in. Geordie's pulled off. He's lost the round.
Camera in position!
Get behind me.
Tango located!
Hostiles in sight. Coming into tonight, the weather outside might be wet and wild, but look, I have a feeling it might be just the same in the server tonight, going into the Rocket LPL Pro Rainbow Six 2022 Season 2 Grand Finals. My name is Blue Panda. Joining me on the mic tonight, Spud. We're coming into it, the last match of Season 2. I mean, what have you made of the season so far?
Look, it's been an amazing run for all teams involved, but at the end of the day, only one team will walk away with that prize. And so it's going to come down to tonight. All of this has been leading up to this best of 5 for tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes really couldn't get much higher at the moment coming into it. It's been 7 weeks of that best-of-1 round-robin competition. Our top 4 teams then made it into the playoffs, jumping into the best-of-3 format. The winner of our 2 semi-finals now make it to tonight, of course, going into the best-of-5 grand final. And they're playing not just for bragging rights here in ANZ, they're playing for the Dosh as well. 2,100 in total up for grabs tonight, with the winner walking away with 1,200 in total, Spud.
Yeah, that's right. It's not just bragging rights. There is money on the line, 1,200 of them to be exact. So both these teams are going to be putting on their best show, and I really hope so, because we've been waiting for them this entire season to get up to this point, so they better bring it out the best they've got.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, yeah, last week we sent home, but we crowned our 3rd and 4th place teams, of course. I mean, what did you make of that? Obviously, it was a very, very one-sided affair through the semi-finals. So our 2 teams looking for a bit of revenge there, do you think?
Yeah, not quite sure. Managed to take down Kraken 2-0. Team 7 the same as well against Underground. I mean, not quite sure that we were dominant throughout the entire, I almost want to say entire series. The first map certainly was very much in their favor. 7-2 on Clubhouse, and that was Kraken's map pick. Of course, we all know how the second map went, 7-5, because Kraken brought out some rather unconventional strategies, but hey, at the end of the day, not quite sure did make it through. And of course, Team 7 Underground, they may have lost against Underground before, but it's not going to happen a second time. A quick 2-0 for them.
I think it was the same thing last season. Team 7 lost to Underground and then still absolutely monstered them to get that grand final spot. They're back here again, looking for their opportunity to shine, of course. But tonight is the night. Not quite sure, coming in against Team 7, who are returning grand finalists from Season 1. And you talked about, Kraken. They couldn't quite make it through, but definitely feels like it might be some former Kraken members taken to the field tonight. But the great thing about it, Spud, of course, it's not just the players that are going to be walking away winners tonight. You guys at home have your chance to win out as well. We're going to be doing giveaways throughout the evening. A big chance for you to win some R6 credits. We've got a lanyard, a couple of patches, chibis, and all that. Make sure you tweet at us at LPL_R6S using the hashtag LPLPro and tell us who you think is going to get the most kills tonight. Now, Spud, look, I'll put it to you. Who's your call for most kills on the evening, do you think?
Oh, I don't want to jinx it, but I think Karma's looking pretty good so far. So my eye is on him. I reckon he'll hit the double digits at least each map. Whether he'll make the 20 bomb each map, that's what I'm going to be looking for.
Well, look, Spud, I'm not quite sure about that one, but what I am quite sure about is our first team. Of course, it is not quite sure up first. Coming in, some remnants of that old Ground Zero roster precedent with some new blood fakers, Karma, elements, obviously formerly of Kraken, and Dirty as well, having found his home. Dirty also this week Kraken champion in the rank queues as well. So this is a team that has gone from strength to strength. They're looking pretty lethal at the moment.
Yeah, Dirty may have got champion in rank, but can he get champion in LPL Pro? That's where the real money is, of course. 1,200 of them to be exact. And of course, Karma has been dropping bombs all season. Couple of aces here or there, some flawless rounds from not quite sure on Villa as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see that make a resurgence tonight. But overall, not quite sure. A very, very solid team. As you mentioned, that experience from President with those new gunners has really made this team something to behold indeed. Some flawless siege we've been seeing from the last week, especially on Clubhouse. They managed on attack 3 plants in a row, and the 4th, they were in the process of planting when they did win that. So that was pretty impressive by any standard. So definitely a team to be looking out for.
So just noticing that whoever, one of those players for Kraken, not quite understanding how a Lisp does work, Mike Tython, he can say that the T is fine. It's not Tython. This is why Kraken aren't in the grand finals. It's just absolutely abysmal at the end of the day. But their opponents, they've been here once before. They weren't quite able to do it last time, but Team 7 are looking to deny the repeater history. They are here with intention and purpose to try and take out that grand finals. Campo, Vandal, Silly, Hunter, also formerly of that Kraken roster as well, and Saber rounding it out. And I mean, Spud, you look at it, it's Campo coming back as the old guard. He is the veteran of this grand final. He's got so much experience, much like Prez does as well, but he's just got that little bit more. And then you got Silly, that young gunner who, I mean, look, the last time I was on the show, he was dealing with some minor ping issues, but I think that probably has been remedied going into tonight.
Yeah, certainly. He's been making up for it in the last few weeks, definitely always on the leaderboard there and leading his team very, very well. Of course, we won't be seeing the return of Phoenix this week, which is a little bit of a disappointment, I think. But another Kraken player, we've kind of dubbed this team Kraken 2.0, or perhaps the Kraken you have at home. I mean, this is a team who is infamous for not doing much prep. They like to go around, they've been telling us they don't do the homework, they just rock up and play. And certainly it's been working out very, very well for them. They've made it so far into the second place at least. Will they be able to take that first place away from a team like Not Quite Sure, who practices all the time, who scrims all the time? Will these ranked stars be something more than that and be able to take the championship?
Well, I mean, it's also that intention. You got a team, much like last season, you got a team who is OCN ready. They've played in OCN. They've got that experience taking on a team who, I look for word of a better misfits. Lack of a better word, a bunch of misfits coming and playing their game. Like you said, Kraken 2.0, so the parts of other teams that have been vastly successful, they have the raw mechanical skill to come in and take this upset. But let's have a look at our highlight players that we want to keep our eyes out for. And of course, brought to you by BioCode Lab, it is Elements and Hunter, 2 former members of that Oceanic Nationals Kraken roster, now taking to the field under new titles, under new team captains. And I mean, both of these players have had standout moments in the Nationals competition.
Yeah, Elements in the last couple of weeks has really been very, very effective on the board. He's been playing that Nomad, playing that flank watch, but certainly still getting the entries as well. He's kind of a do-it-all. You can rely on him to get those kills. Hunter as well, very, very reliable on that smoke and SMG 11 as the anchor a lot of the time. He's the one holding down the fort, and you can rely on him to make sure that fort is well and truly safe.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. You never quite know how teams are coming into the play, but luckily we do. We had a sat down with Prez and Campo just to see how they are feeling coming into tonight's matchup.
Before the season started, we're a team of put together mates, so we're just coming in and shoot straight. Fairly confident we can just beat everyone with that, most likely. A couple of teams here that are at a higher level, OCN level, such as Not Quite Sure. So we were surprised we beat them, honestly, in regulation.
And at this point in time, it's just a small amount, and there you go. Campo locks it down.
Coming into the tournament, we were kind of using it as more as to learn, to grow. There's quite a few new players to the competitive side of Siege, so yeah, we just wanted to get a bit of experience under our belts heading into hopefully what will be OCN next year, and so far it's been a good stage for us, and we're really proud of how we've performed.
Diffuser isn't actually in the hands of Prez! Are you kidding me? Prez with the 1v5.
They should be winning this best of 5, but if we come in and we shoot straight, we're pretty confident we can possibly win it out, maybe a 3-2 or even a 3-1.
We watched the Team 7 Underground semi-final as well, after our Kraken game, and that again was what we expected. We were expecting to come against Team 7 for the grand finals, so...
They're OCN, so they've got that above us. They've got actual strats, actual coordination, actual scrims. Like Team 7, we don't practice at all. We just rock up on game day and play.
They pretty much played exactly how we thought they would, and it looked pretty similar to when we versed them earlier in the stage. So I think with Team 7, they're a team that likes to play a lot more free and aggressive. It's just going to be a matter of gunfights really on the day.
When it comes to gun skill, like, we're on equal levels, and at the end of the day, Siege is to the first-person shooter. Whichever team shoots, the other team wins. Well, when it comes to the maps we want to play, there's a couple that people on our team just don't want to play because we don't like them, like Bank and Villa. Villa will probably be banned out by us for sure, because they are a good Villa team.
Seeing as we're like a fairly new team and we have a lot of new players, we don't have the greatest map pool, so we've definitely been working on our map pool, but hoping to be able to play Villa because it's been a really strong map for us throughout the stage, and we're expecting to have to play Board as well because that for Team 7 has also been a good map.
We all hate to lose at the end of the day, so if we end up going down like 0-4 or 1-4, we all get a bit more serious, but ultimately it's jokes all of the time.
We've kind of been a team that has kind of been looked down upon over the last couple of months, so I think for us it's more of a proving ground coming into the game on Friday. And yeah, we're just looking to be the best, really.
And I mean, Spud, you got to remember, in the absence of other competition as well, LPL Pro really has been the stomping ground for a lot of these guys. So coming into it, they have a lot to prove. They know that going into the next year, it is going to be a huge year. So they want to end it strong. They want to end it with an absolute banger. And so, look, yeah, I think there is probably a likelihood that Not Quite Sure come out absolutely swinging. But we know for a fact that Team 7 are no slouches. Like Campo said, mechanically an incredibly gifted team. But there's more to it than just mechanical skill. Let's go to the map vetoes and see where we're going to be playing this best of 5 out, Spud. And Villa immediately banned out by Team 7, in fact.
Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised that Not Quite Sure has done so well on Villa. I mean, I remember them getting like 4 flawless rounds in a row and then an ace to top it all off. So no surprises there. I'm just surprised that Border made it quite far into the ban list before it was removed. Cafe was Not Quite Sure's first ban. Team 7 then got to pick on Chalet, which makes a lot of sense as well. This is another map that Team 7 has done very well on. In fact, they beat Kraken and Not Quite Sure on that map, so it makes perfect sense to go there. Theme Park is the interesting one for me, I think. Not Quite Sure. As I mentioned in those interviews, they have that practice, their scrims, their strategies. And Theme Park is a map that very much relies heavily on that. So I think that's a really great pick from them as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge amount of strategic setup that goes into a map like Theme Park. I would argue a similar vein to the likes of Villa, to the likes of Border. There's a lot of deep roam on the defense. You can get away with a lot. So I'm excited to see what both these teams have coming into it. Honestly, part of me wouldn't be surprised at all if Team 7 really haven't prepped a heck of a lot coming into it. But I know for a fact, even then, if that is the case, they can show up. They can just show up on the day. They've got, like Campo said, the mechanical skill to absolutely rock it on the lurk. I know these guys play a huge amount of rank, so they are demons in and of their own right. So, look, no matter what happens, this is going to be a hell of a grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. We've definitely going to at least go to like the third map, the fourth map, may even. So Clubhouse as the next pick from Team 7. I think that's the most neutral kind of map you could actually see here. Both these teams have played on Clubhouse. They've both done very well. We did see Team 7 drop that map to Underground Gaming in the regular season, but you know, they did come back to us later in the interview. We talked to Team 7 and they did mention it was because they were playing with the sub. And certainly last week they did very well on it. It was like a 7-2, I believe, on 7-3, sorry, on Clubhouse. So yeah, both teams really strong on that. Bank is the other interesting option here for Not Quite Sure because they've only played it a single time. It was a 7-5 victory against Underground, which you could argue is probably a little bit too close for comfort, but it's been a while. So, you know, the question is whether they've improved on it.
Well, that is the question we're about to answer. Let's dive on into Map 1 of the Grand Finals here for Season 2. Chalet on the cards. Will Team 7 deny the history repeat? Will they get themselves some revenge finally after last season's unfortunate loss in the Grand Finals? Well, let's get to it. Let's find out, Spud. We're going to Chalet. Are we jumping into the operator picks? Are you expecting anything too crazy here?
maybe some target bans would be in order. I feel like not quite sure I'm going to go with the Nokazami ban, and Team 7 could probably, do whatever they want. Capital ban might be on the cards if we just take a look back at when they last played it. But yeah, not quite sure taking out Nok is pretty much as expected.
Well, it's understandable on Chalet. There's a lot that Nook does offer, especially if you can get in unscouted. We've seen just how powerful those deep cuts can be for the attacking operator. So right now, the sends from Team 7, I'm not quite sure about that one at all.
Oh, I can see why they've done that. I understand. See, last time they played on Chalet, not quite sure, had a really, really cool Sens glass strategy. They, on the kitchen site, right? They sat outside, they rolled the Sens wall through the drone hole, and then they just had fireplace, and they just cut that side in half. It was really, really well executed. I'm just surprised they've gone on that one particular strat they're taking away here.
Interesting. The castle follow up and Azami to round it out. So both barricade operators on the side of the defense being banned away, which is not something that the under Azami I can understand, but the castle, that one has thrown me for a bit of a loop here.
Yeah, that's definitely very, very interesting. I think it opens up the attackers to gain some more lines of sight that wouldn't be available, and there are quite a number of significant lines of sight if we're talking about the mezzanine, talking about fireplace deep through the site. Things like that, I think Team 7 are wanting to be able to exploit a little bit more, especially since they are on the attack. And, there might be some pocket strategies that I'm not quite sure are using here, given that, as we've mentioned, they are very, very well rehearsed on how they want to play. So taking away an operator like Castle could really, throw them for a loop.
Well, look at this. Cheeky little basement start. Well, unfortunately, we have already had to call this, but the rehost sooner rather than later. But unfortunately, it is going to take a little bit. I'm not quite sure what the reason is, but I'm sure we'll be told in a moment. We've got to throw it to a break, though. When we come back, hopefully, we'll be into the basement on Chalet.
That guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys. We're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar.
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Callie wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the Invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour.
Of ANZ Esports, it wouldn't be Rainbow Six Siege here in ANZ without a minor host, but we've had confirmation. We're ready to get back into it, Spud. We're heading to Chalet. What we know so far is it is basement. We saw a Rook, an Alibi, a Valkyrie in play, and the cheeky Castle band coming through on the side of Team 7. So you got to wonder what their game plan is here.
Yeah, I'm already liking this defensive lineup. I'm expecting a lot of roams with kind of falling back to multiple levels of defense, and that's very much expected when you're holding a basement site. And then the castle ban, does start to make sense. You prevent some of those blockers from allowing the roamers to rotate back to site freely, and it gives the attackers more room to cut them off, which is where Team 7 are going to have to find their picks. They're going to need to make sure that Not Quite Sure can't get back to site safely.
Yeah, and that's where, of course, things could get a little bit scary with the rotational play, and from the looks of it, yeah, nothing too crazy. in terms of the setup. It is, as you would expect, the Rook seeing a lot more priority as of late, given his newfound ability to, well, allow defenders to withstand, and it has already proved to be a bit of a nuisance spot.
Yeah, we have seen a couple of members, I won't say who, utilize the Brook shotgun as well. It's a great effect. Unfortunately, I don't think President is going with such a bold strategy. In fact, he's going to go with the P90, an equally bold, okay, not quite as equal, but still a bold choice. So I do like the attitude, not quite sure of bringing here.
The Pro 90 could really do some damage here. I'm excited by that. But nothing crazy so far. We haven't seen any attempts at a spawn peek. It will be, for the most part, just a pretty average response to the setup. And already you can see Team 7 wasting 0 time. Hunter trying to get that snowmobile wall open, and it looks like he's just been denied fakers with the last second bandit trick there.
Yeah, that's one exothermic charge off the board and certainly makes things a little bit easier as well. It means you're going to have to opt to only open the back wall. You can rotate through that front wall a little bit more clearly. Doesn't matter though if Karma finds so many kills. 2 for his troubles. Hunter does finally at least make up for the lost thermite charge and take out Oryx, but there's still another roamer. Well, I expect, yeah, more roamers up top to deal with.
Campo trying to hit the wall bang towards West Main, and in fact it's Elements that next go down. Hunter claiming a second in the round. They will just keep marching on towards the objective, even in a 3 versus 3 currently, so it could have been a lot worse. But the thing worth noting, of course, Faker still has that Nitro cell in hand. They've got limited utility. In fact, they've got both hard breaches and the hard breach enabler, and it looks like they might even go for a car garage push.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit one-sided here, but certainly a lot more easier to execute. And they do manage to do so successfully with the ace charge and opening up that cellar wall, so they've got all the necessary tools here. They've also removed fakers off the board. President does find at least a kill for his troubles, but he's on low health. Dirty has taken some damage as well. It's a 2v2. No hatch control means Dirty will just have to shoot his way out of that 1v2 now.
Yeah, I mean, you get the MX4 Storm and the Pro 90 in this clutch situation. 2 guns that are very capable in those head-on gunfights. A lot of damage output very quickly. Impact to clear the shield. Dirty gets the swing. Vandal, unfortunately, caught looking the wrong way entirely, and not quite sure will claim the first round here in the grand finals.
Yeah, Team 7, sorry, not quite sure, were in a little bit of trouble there. I mean, they started off with those 2 picks, but Hunter was able to trade them back very quickly. And of course, we mentioned on that cutoff, preventing Elements from rotating back to site via that trench door, meant that they knew all the roamers were gone. They had cleared that top floor control fairly efficiently, I might add. They had lost 2 players, but they're able to trade those 2 players back as well. And ultimately, unfortunately, you know, Dirty, as we saw in the chat, is just better, able to land those a nasty headshot, put it into 1v2, and then that's where things started falling apart. Not quite sure we'll get the first round.
Even still, you know, in spite of that, Hunt still managed to 3K for himself that round. And it's a journey that we've witnessed, you know, his time at Kraken. He started out sort of just being the shield 1 trick for the team and has slowly developed into an incredibly capable entry, even though he is playing hard support here for Team 7. So he can still shoot with some of the best of them in the region at the moment.
Yeah, certainly he can do it all. We have mentioned that some these players very versatile, and at this point you need that. You need someone who can take up the reins when you lose, you know, your 2 opening picks. We saw the entries clearly being taken out early, Saber being taken out early. And of course, if you still have Hunter on the board, you don't have to worry because he can still do all the killing.
Well, a slightly slower start to the follow-up round, as you would suspect. I mean, not quite sure able to withstand the brunt of that push from Team 7. They will be likely re-evaluating how they want to approach this, given that it is a kitchen and dining site. You want to be taking that vert control, all the standard stuff. The last thing you want is to be making a play onto the site without full information or full control.
Yeah, we've seen Team 7 in this position before against Not Quite Sure on this very same map and very same site. And Team 7 definitely struggled when they didn't take that vertical control. They certainly learned from it, and they've made very, very good progress working towards that. As well, taking out elements will help with that. They've already got top floor control. They're starting to work on the main wall. And still about 2 minutes left to go, although Dirty will find a trade back.
Capable, incredibly capable. A Malusi for Diana is a trade that I think right now comfortably favors Not Quite Sure. They will take that more often than not when presented with it. Malusi Gadgetry is already down. I think worst, you maybe lose some impacts, but Iana, without that Gemini on board and Saber without a gun in hand, that is truly detrimental to Campo on the Ash. Looking to set themselves up for a multi-angle take on the Dining, it would seem.
Yeah, applying that vertical pressure is going to be really, really important, but I think they haven't dedicated... I'm not sure if they've dedicated too much to it. In fact, no, only Sealy upstairs at this point, looking to cut off anyone coming back down. I think they've just opted to apply a bit of pressure, make sure that their presence is known, make sure they don't stick their heads out too much. But apart from that, it's going to be a horizontal take, which I do worry for Team 7. It has been kind of their downfall in recent times. Having said that, they do have more time to work with this time, although less players.
Prez, lovely little kill there onto Sealy, once again keeping him relegated to the sidelines, unfortunately, for the most part. That can be a bleak prospect. Hunter pushing through, somehow survives there. Had absolutely no right to be doing so. Will be walking his way in. The Nitro takes Hunter out. They claim Prez back, but it's Campo alone. And the 1 versus 3 here to try and clutch up. He cannot do it. They're not quite sure. Claim themselves another round.
Again, the same lack of vertical control has hampered Team 7 there. I thought they were going to go for it, considering they had committed that thermite charge to opening above. But, I think they were just there to deny Team Not Quite Sure from using it. They didn't really have much intention of playing it themselves, and that might have come back to bite them. We saw them trying to get onto that site, Hunter especially, really struggling to get through some of those breaches, and yeah, it just did not work out for Team 7. They're Not Quite Sure definitely having the upper hand so far in the first 2 rounds.
I think it's that experience coming to bear. We talked about it previously, national level team. In fact, well, they were as ground zero with Prez in charge, so you got at least 2/5 of the team that have had nationals level experience here. Hunter as well, and Campo. So 4 out of 10 players in this lobby have played at a tier 1 level in ANZ, so both teams reasonably experienced.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't expect any other team to make it all the way to the grand finals in such a fashion. Kraken, maybe, but, they did let off the gas a little bit last week, though they did give us a very entertaining show. So if you haven't seen that, make sure to check that out. Not Quite Sure versus Kraken. Watch the VODs. It was a pretty fun game, if I do say so myself. But for now, Not Quite Sure are in the lead, 2 rounds up against Team 7, or as we like to call them, Kraken 2.0. Yeah. Team 7 just seem to be a little bit slow on this attack here. They've got some good openings, some good start of the rounds, but it does seem to be on their execute in the mid-round where things slow down and they can't quite get that momentum.
Looking for a bit of a change of pace here. Team 7 wanting to avoid being on the receiving end of the punishment. They want to be dishing it out a little bit here in the 3rd round, but you look at it so far, Not Quite Sure have their bases covered. A lot of different angles being hunkered down on and watched. And that's a brutal prospect. Once again, I think Team 7 are about to find themselves pushing through the meat grinder.
Yeah, they have set one up West Main, though, and that does push back that balcony position. And I was wondering where that West Main player from the garage was going, but here he is. He's made his way all the way from the garage, and now he's holding that vertical angle, allowing that Team 7 to be able to walk up those Solarium stairs. And that is, of course, very, very important, because if you cannot get up those stairs up from Trophy, you're kind of in a pickle. A roam, though, from Not Quite Sure could put a dent in that plan.
Really could. You look at the spread. Team 7 don't have a huge amount of refrag ability in their positioning, so they are going to have to rely on that mechanical skill just a little bit. And when their heads up gunfight. Saber finding one of those early odd. Karma, though, is on the hunt. Saber found its Fakers with that MK14 EBR to do the damage, though. This is where things start to get pretty dicey. You've got Fakers on the ground. The less guns on the board, the less angles to cover, and the more chaotic things tend to be.
Silly does at least find elements for his Trouble Hunter with the second onto President, and now the player advantage still is firmly in favor of Team 7. A confirmed kill and another kill makes Dirty the last player alive. He hasn't died yet, but this will be his first death in the first round for Team 7.
Covering the cross, Vandal doing his job to a T. If not for his positioning there, I think he found, what, 2, 3 for himself in that round ultimately, and was a large contributing factor as to why it went so horribly wrong, but not quite sure. There you go, the score 2-1. Team 7 keep the gap nice and close, and proving that, look, without a Nook, they can do just fine.
Yeah, sometimes at the end of the day, you just got to shoot your way through. That's what Team 7 did. We were commenting on the positions that Not Quite Sure had. The flank from Karma threatened to be a problem for Team 7. But fortunately for them, for Team 7, a bit of killing just went their way. Not Quite Sure weren't able to get those trades back. And with Fakers already down, that just compounded their issues. And then, of course, Vandal had that really good position on the cross, made sure there wasn't anybody available to come back to defend the site. And ultimately, that is what got Team 7 the win. A win, though, is just a win. You are still a round behind, though. It's still very, very close, and I certainly expect Team 7, once they're warmed up, to be putting on the burners.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
10 seconds left before
And, well, the pressure certainly going to be mounting here for a team like Team 7, who last season, weren't quite able to hit that final stride and push over the finish line in first place. So maybe, just maybe, you think sitting in the back of their mind a little bit at the moment, Spud?
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, maybe. Not Quite Sure, as you mentioned, had that experience at high level play, so that's going to be helping them in terms of the mental game. And it's something I speak about a lot, maybe a little too much, but certainly I expect Not Quite Sure to be able to hold their ground in terms of the pressure that is getting to them. Team 7, though, looking for some early picks across into site. We see this rappel very common now to cut off anyone playing close to those walls. Saber will actually get off it, but Vandal finds an opener onto Karma. A great first pick. Karma has done so much damage already. Shutting him down early is a good start.
Yeah, I mean, the power of an Oryx on a map like Chalet, the mobility in and of itself was a scary prospect, so removing that is going to do a lot to alleviate some of the nagging pressure in the back of their heads that maybe there is an offsite flank coming their way. But Elements answers back in kind. They lost at Oryx, they claimed back a Thatcher, and I think at the end of the day, Not Quite Sure we'll take that any day.
Yeah, not sure how much utility has been used. They do have a Maverick at least to help with those. Saber as well, removing Dirty off the board. Another one of those top killers here. This is going really, really well. You've got one roamer remaining who has fallen back by now. Yep, there he goes, right down the hatch. So I was saying, they do still have the Maverick, but it's going to be slow progress, and they do expose themselves perhaps to some impacts or C4, even a flank. The time will be an issue, but not if you can just kill everyone. Elements last one alive, finds one onto Hunter, but he does spot the other player. There's one around the corner. Could be not long for this world. Actually gets that. Oh my goodness. The Deagle is in play. It's a 1v1, Elements versus Sealy.
Sealy not going to be cowtailing to the Deagle. Shenanigans, Elements connects one. He connects all of it. And it's an Elements ace here to claim Not Quite Sure the round.
Well, Elements had 0 kills before this, and I didn't want to mention it, but well, now I can talk about his kills. An ace to get himself on the board, a much needed start there. But certainly I think he's warmed up. And 3 with the Deagle, mind you. Definitely, yeah, that is a good question. What were they doing? They had all the advantage in the world two players taking that, you know, head-on fight with Elements, but unfortunately, I think it was either Campo or Saber didn't swing in time. So Campo was taking the one-to-one gunfight, and Saber was just kind of hanging back. And so when they ended up pushing in 1v1, you know, sure, not a fight you'd expect to win, but apparently Elements with the Deagle is just pog. So yeah, questionable decisions from Team 7, but for Not Quite Sure, you take that, and that's definitely going to be a huge booster as well. Winning in that fashion is a 1v3 clutch, so definitely really, really well played from Elements.
Yeah, look, it takes a special kind of character to hold fast in the face of what is Sealy and his previous experience. He's a known demon in the ranked stacks, so definitely could have been a lot worse. They're Not Quite Sure there if they hadn't played it as well as they did. But right, you got 2 rounds, this and the next remaining in the half. Not Quite Sure they want to hold fast and deny any chance of the equalizer.
Yeah, usually attack hold the more favorable side, I suppose. But this, I'm Not Quite Sure, has chosen to go on the defense, and for good reason. Look at, they've shown a very, very convincing defense so far. It's going to be a scary prospect seeing them on attack as well, but for Team 7, they've got 2 rounds at least to equalize this before they go on their own defensive half, and they do want all the buffer they can get before unleashing the full power of Not Quite Sure, I think, on this map.
Yeah. Right now, Team 7 doing their absolute darndest to try and get in and compete. They're going to have to try and threaten the vert above the site once again, which has been a bit of a problem so far, given how willingly Not Quite Sure have contested Elements, though, off the back of his ace. Unfortunately, will not be picking up any kills this round.
It's an unfortunate moment there, maybe a little too excited after that kill, but Dirty will find another for himself. Saber just really not feeling it today. Good control once again by Not Quite Sure, holding that vertical and actively contesting it. We spoke last time, Team 7 did struggle a little bit when they didn't make full use of that control. Question is, will they make the same mistake? They've got Campo outside, he has found one for his troubles, but will it be enough?
Well, they do get the wall open nice and wide, but more shots coming through in a pretty big way. Means that the numbers will dwindle once again down to the 3 versus 3 here. Almost the 3 versus 2. Disaster narrowly avoided there. Dirty just scrape it away. Vandal will be finished off there successfully. So 3 versus 2 heading into that final minute. Positioning-wise, it could be a little bit better, but I think Team 7 have the players. I mean, you look at Hunter and Campo, who are incredibly skilled. Dirty's going to hold it with the pistol, spots the arm through, and, well, unfortunately, Hunter just has no idea. Will run straight to his own death. And it's a back-to-back ace. This time it's Dirty.
2 aces in a row from Not Quite Sure. I was going to say, oh, Dirty had to answer back with his own, but then I realized, no, this is 2 aces from the same team. Dirty and then Element, sorry, and then Dirty. Not Quite Sure are on a roll here, and it seems after that last round, Team 7, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong, because that was a bit of a slide there. I mean, props to them. They did commit to that top floor a little bit more, but they just didn't commit enough, it seems. Once again, the 1v1 gunfights just fell apart, and Not Quite Sure take another round. They look to lead this half, you know, 4-2 at least, which is what they were leading, mind you, last time they played on this map, although that was on attack.
Well, 1 round remaining in the half, but Not Quite Sure definitely seem to be quite sure about what the heck is going on here on Chalet. Unfortunately, it doesn't really feel like we could say the same thing for Team 7, who are looking a little bit lost at the moment on Chalet and being very much outclassed, it would seem.
Yeah, you have to remember Chalet is one of those OCE staple maps, and for a team like Not Quite Sure having that high tier experience, staple wouldn't begin to cut it. They would know how to play this map very, very well. So for Team 7 to take them back to the same map, although I can understand the logic, I don't expect that Not Quite Sure would allow them allow themselves to make the same mistake twice in a row. So they certainly improved on it, and what a way to show that performance. 4-1 at the moment, could very well be a 5-1.
Well, I mean, the question, of course, now has to be, Spud, we've had back-to-back aces here. Who gets the next one? Who's up on the cards? Is it that? Not quite sure. Get 3 rounds of back-to-back aces. What do you reckon?
Or next up, it's going to be Karma, right? Karma has gotten at least 2 aces already this season, so maybe a third to add to his collection. Third for him, third for not quite sure. At that point, I wouldn't really be sure what to do anymore if I were Team 7. But given they're still committing heavily to this top floor push, once again, taking that vertical control first, they are moving over from that library area over to this library stairs position. Dirty, once more, will be the one helming the shield.
Indeed. Just holding fast in his position, doesn't want to unfortunately step out of position and lose his life, because that is such a key position to be holding. Saber, though, we'll find him eventually. Just taking names, and, well, unfortunately, he's not the only one from the side of not quite sure to fall. They also get elements out of the equation. The 2 aces in the team now gone, unfortunately. So the rest of the boys going to have to step out. Unfortunately, they can't. Karma falls too.
Yeah, Vandal once again on the flank watch, making sure that nobody can come up from those stairs. Really, really good read, because that flank could have done a lot of damage. It's all up to Fakers now, and President beneath the hatch may be able to stall some time here, but with 5 players, Team 7 know they could potentially just push and play that refrag. They do, of course, have to be careful about where they drop those hatches. Can prove to be a bit of a death trap. Fakers does find one onto Saber, though, to start things off.
Well, 2 versus 4. Much more doable. 2 versus 3. Very doable indeed. But it is down to the Prez. Can he clutch up here against the odds? Spots 1 at range. We'll find it. 1 versus 2. Workable territory for himself right now. Unfortunately for Team 7, they're down to just the 1. Prez and Sealy, but Sealy steps up to the plate, and with him at bat, Team 7 hold off.
My, I think that was a 5v3? 4v2 or 5v3 it began as. It went all the way down to a 1v1. You really have to give props, not quite sure. They almost held it out. I mean, Team 7 have won their fair share of gunfights. We have seen them really hitting those shots, but that was something else from not quite sure. In a situation like that, where there were players down, they were being pinched as well. Hitting those shots is more important than ever. Able to get those snapshots, almost brought it back. Almost. They almost took that victory. Could have been a 5-1.5, but fortunately for Team 7, they will change the pace of those last few rounds. Take 1 for themselves for going onto the defense now. It's not quite sure now need to take the initiative.
Well, you know what I'm not quite sure about is the Karma hover there. I mean, I can understand it. I could justify it even, but look, whether or not he does find success with it is going to be a different story entirely. There we go. Yeah, it's going to be a Nomad instead, but Elements does bring out the Osa instead. So, yeah, look, a linear change, I would argue.
Look, you could just sit on the rappel somewhere. Yeah, rappel the main wall with the Blackbeard and just wait. But I think Karma is a little more sophisticated than that. His style is more walk inside and kill everyone as opposed to sit outside and kill everyone. And we have seen him play very, very dynamically on this Nomad as well. Might actually find the first one onto Saber, who I'm surprised he got away with that. A little bit mistimed there, I suppose. Not the most well-advised peek, but at least he gets away with it for now. Main wall being opened up at 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, not wasting any time here. Fakers gets the job done. Elements has the Talon shield already in place. They have an impact and a couple of nitros to deal with it. Since, yeah, look, there is possibilities. The pocket Artilla Claw from Hunter not quite working the way I think they would have liked in that situation. Right now, I mean, the first minute burnt. I think not quite sure, quite happy with the progress they've already made.
Sturdy now looking to make his way into the top floor. He does know there's someone who shot his drone, so he's trying to use that concussion grenade to look for some information, but it seems they have fallen back. Karma does lock down these flanks now, and with that they give themselves some top floor control. They can work onto the trophy site and fall, and especially this kitchen area, to force the roamers to fall back before finally committing to that back take. The only question, of course, now is the time. Half of the round has gone, and they've still got the middle floor to clear out, then the execute. So this can threaten to eat up some of Not Quite Sure's time and their round count.
Fakers claims first blood, finally finishing off Sabre. That initial investment working out for them in the end. It could have been a lot worse, though. I mean, oh, this could be bad too. Oh, can he find the angle? He's going to clear out the artillery court. So that means that the trench push is possible. Oh dear. There is a lot that could go wrong in the next 10 seconds. But it seems the exothermic's out. They've got the openings in. It's about to get chaotic.
That C4 could have done a lot of damage, but Fakers will get away. And now with that wall open, it's just a matter of time before they go for the drop. However, there are still 4 players remaining for Team 7. And this could really change. This could be dangerous.
Oh,
I mean,
Hunter.
it just takes a single poke, a single kill, and they'll be back to even.
Hunter with the 44 Magnum trying to go to work. Fakers will get on the plant. They finally lost their first operator. But I think right now, not quite sure, quite happy with that. The lineup not quite there. Fakers down to the 1 versus 1. Vandal on Karma. But the plant is down and secure. And you're looking at the positioning. You don't even have to force the issue. You can just hold the hatch. And that's exactly what Karma is going to do. The impact out. Vandal getting to the point where he has to stick it. So this is a game of cat and mouse that Karma is not losing. Just a couple of cheeky shots out, and he's not going to fall for it. Vandal goes to the turnaround, but is it going to be enough? 13 seconds. If Karma can deny here, and he does just that. My God, what a kill.
Some close calls for both of these teams. Karma was on a slither of health. He almost died there, and that would have been an amazing play from Team 7 to bring it back. Unfortunately, it was not quite to be. Not Quite Sure did have that better the positioning advantage. Both players played it very well, but at the end of the day, in a situation like that, it will be the attackers who win that out. So it makes perfect sense, although both players, couldn't have played it better. It was very, very well done.
5-2 for Not Quite Sure. So far, it has been a very, very comfortable map for them. 2 aces as well. I mean, the crazy thing is, Team Not Quite Sure has as many aces as Team 7 has rounds won.
Wow. You really had to do it like that.
I did.
I mean, until Team 7 get an ace of their own or get some more rounds, right? I'm going to keep bringing it up, but Not Quite Sure. I think they got to be on the record so far this season for number of aces. I've seen at least 2 from Karma already just by himself, and there's President with an ace as well. Yeah, that's 5 aces I can just count off the top of my head. 2 from this one game alone. So talking about fragging power, we said Team 7 brings a lot to the table, but if you look at the numbers, Not Quite Sure as well definitely are up there.
Yeah. And, well, Karma this time does stick out the Navy SEAL. Blackbeard is in play. And he has the Scar in hand as well. Not going to be the DMR, strangely enough, but that just enables that master bedroom double rappel hold in Campo. He's going to prep the window. Wants to get as much audio information as he possibly can in preparation for what is going to be a very, very scary, Not Quite Sure attack.
Hunter looking to provide some backup, but it will be Campo to find the first kill. Fake is in a dangerous position as well, but the mute is kind of trapped. This grenade could easily catch him out, and I think that is what is being rotated over here. No, Sledge might actually be looking at a grenade from below. So I think he's not long for this world. Hunter knows this very well. And there it is. The grenade finds him as well. President does get that kill.
Yana for a mute. And, well, make that a Jaeger as well. so far, I think at the moment, not quite sure, are quite happy with the trades as they stand. Probably would have liked a couple more guns in hand, but a 3 versus 3 is doable, especially when Saber is already tagged. So they're going to be able to move forward with this one quite comfortably. Minute 20 on the clock, though. That's a lot of time and a lot of potential for flank plays.
Yeah, President Faker's kind of having read into this offsite presence, trying to get a little bit more control from this West Main and perhaps catch Team 7 off guard. They have a minute remaining, but Saber taking out elements isn't going to help as well. 2 players now, the push coming from one direction, almost lining up as well.
Oh, that doesn't help.
Yeah, I called it. I called it. I knew it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the team kill. Probably not going to do them any justice in that round, but for the most part, it was a decent answer back from Team 7. They had the understanding and they played accordingly. So it was only that small window of opportunity, I think, in all reality, for not quite sure to win that one out. Unfortunately, if you stick your head through the window and your teammate's the one shooting through it, it's more often than not really going to end that well.
Yeah, Team 7 committing a lot of resources to that top floor, and especially keeping each other close. Campo and Hunter on the mute as well. They're able to get those trades fairly easily, and that's something that perhaps was lacking in the earlier rounds on Basement. They weren't able to get some of the trades as easily. So well done to Team 7 here. They do at least bring the round difference back to 2 rounds, but still not quite sure, have been looking very, very good on the attack. So far, all the rounds have been quite dominant in terms of how, not quite sure, controlling the round, I think. Yeah, it seems just that last one was a bit of a glitch, perhaps. A bit of a hole in the armor of not quite sure, and Team 7 will be sure to utilize that.
Yeah, I'm expecting that adjustment to come, especially with someone like Prez at the helm of this team. He has always sort of been that level-headed voice of reason. And right now, it would seem that they have an idea of what they want to do. They're driving in through the basement, a little bit telegraphing the play here. And you can see it's a bar gaming defense. What they're going to do, I would imagine, is pop open garage, get the push up the stairs, and use that Maverick torch to blow out the back of stock, because you can hold and cut that angle off if you're careful.
Of course, the concern then is players playing above on mezzanine can get that vertical onto you, so they do need to have someone upstairs at least to challenge that and keep them occupied. So we'll see how that goes, but so far I'm not seeing if there's anyone upstairs at the moment to challenge that. Elements at least probing the site, looking for information, especially on this player in that stock area that can be fed to that Maverick to get the kill.
A pretty slow start to the round in all honesty. I'm not seeing any, breakneck pace being made here. Unfortunately, not going to be just the chaos full send. Saber, a little bit too eager, will have revealed himself with his reposition there, but unfortunately, for the side of not quite sure, they haven't really got the opening available to them to make the most of it. So you're just going to keep pushing through with that little bit of extra information. Just over a minute and play. Again, still 10 players alive in the server, which is crazy.
Yeah, not quite sure. Seem to have been quite a little bit off guard by that previous round, and it's a lot tamer, a lot more slow paced, and they haven't gotten much territory to go with it. I could justify it being slower if they were taking some map control to work with, but it seems they've just been content sitting outside. Although they will find Campo here, just sitting outside as we mentioned, and that, of course, taking out the mezzanine player opens up the ability to work that stock wall. President as well will be rewarded for his patience. Suddenly, Team 7 are falling apart here and not quite sure. Still have 5 players up.
Yeah, just funneling in towards not quite sure, and a flawless round. Not quite the ace, but honestly near enough in this situation that you might as well include it. That was huge. That was a very, very big round from not quite sure to put themselves on the map point.
Yeah, I think I think Team 7 got a little bit antsy there, perhaps, and I think not quite sure we're reading into that. They know that Team 7 like to play aggressively. As we all know, in a ranked you don't sit still, and perhaps that was their strategy. They were waiting for those peaks of overextension. We saw it from Campo. We saw it from Hunter swinging with the shotgun in front of the double window. And not quite sure we're amply rewarded for doing so. They got the kills and it dropped into a 5v2. Then of course, Sealy, I think, on the Jaeger had to go for the teabag just before he finished his kill. And that was where it all fell apart. It all fell apart. He teabagged and instantly got shut down for it. This isn't the first time we've seen something like that happen. I remember Chef Jeff hitting the 360 controller spin and then instantly getting domed.
Justifiable, honestly. I would probably do the same thing to Chef Jeff if it was my option. But, well, look, at the moment, Spud, we have some pretty big numbers on the board already, some contenders for that most kills tonight. So make sure you're getting your tweets in as well. You still have that chance to win at LPL_R6S on Twitter using the hashtag LPLPro, all one word, all capitals. And at the moment, you look at it, two front runners right now being Dirty and Karma with 9 apiece.
Well, this match, if it continues in this fashion, probably won't be for long. Team 7 don't seem to be playing at the same level as they previously did against Not Quite Sure on this very same map. Having said that, though, we do know Team 7 have said it themselves. When they start losing, 1-5, 2-5, what have you, that's when they really start going. And now is probably the best time to do so, given that, Not Quite Sure on that match point, they really need to step things up.
We really do indeed. Prey's going to take a shot there to the chest, but should be able to walk it off, as will Karma. Right now, they're gearing themselves up for this push. A lot of ground being taken, a lot of aggression being shown here. Not quite sure. Want to close out and take that map advantage.
Vandal does take a lot of damage, but gets away with his life, though. I don't think he's much for long in this world. Saber, though, will be actually the first to fall, so Vandal survives for a little bit longer. But President is there to cut him off. The vertical play as well already in play. Really don't imagine he's going to be around for long, but Hunter does find one. Karma finally finishing off Vandal. This is all starting to fall apart for Team 7. They've lost that top floor control. They've lost the jungle and kitchen dining area. It's all up to Sealy on this library stairs to hold the fort.
Yeah, the pressure there definitely mounting for Team 7, who seem to be crumbling just a little bit in the face of Not Quite Sure. Maybe there is a possibility that they bounce back, but that possibility will be dwindling just a little bit. Karma gets himself out onto the study balcony right now, wants to set up some crossfires, deny any sort of chance at a play from above. But look at the rest of the team flooding through. Prez down, Campo will be taken out, so it's Hunter and Sealy forced into a situation where they've got to hold off against 4. With Hunter tagged the way that he is, the likelihood of that clutch coming through is dwindling by the second. Sealy spots one, finds a second. In fact, his elements overstays, sticks his head out way too far there, and will have it cleanly ripped off. Pushing on, 2 versus 2. Karma and Dirty still alive, looking for the play. Hunter holds fast. He might just do it here, and Sealy, Team 7, against all odds, will deny.
Well, low health doesn't seem to matter to Hunter. I think he turned off the health bar notification on his HUD. But definitely a much needed clutch there from Team 7, some much needed morale boost as well. They took some early kills as well. Hunter took a lot of damage, but they're able to hold on. Not quite sure, just seeming to run out of time there. They had a lot of control, but a lot of it was very, very hard fought. They lost some plays in the meantime, and most importantly, they ran out of time. It all came down to those last 30 seconds. With smoke canisters still in play, that was where Team 7 were able to clinch out the round.
Yeah, the possibilities could have been big there. In all honesty, I did, part of me still expect and Not Quite Sure to walk away with it, but we were within 2 of overtime, and you look at it, more players stepping up to contend Hunter, now on 10 alongside Karma. So really, it's anyone's guess who will claim the title of most kills in the evening.
We could actually see a tie. I wouldn't be surprised if two players got, the same amount of kills, just based on how well these teams have been playing at the moment.
Well, you want to be the front runner, you want to be the one to walk away. Karma again, bringing out the Blackbeard. Something a little bit different to try and punch through and upset the defense. We've seen what that repel hold can do with the Blackbeard, with the shields on top of the Scar. And once again, not quite sure that they're really not wasted too much time. They are up, they're aggressive, and they are pushing.
They know which parts of the map they want to take, and they're very, very dedicated to working on that. Back to the kitchen dining area. This was, of course, a very, very successful... sorry, was this? Yes, a successful Team 7 defense here, so worked out very, very well for them. They committed a lot of resources, as we mentioned, to that top floor, and once again, they're doing the same thing. Not quite sure, though. We'll look to challenge that a little bit, put some frag grenades up top. However, Saber finding Karma will make things easier. Campo does fall, though, in return.
Not the end of the world. Alibi for Blackbeard. I think at the end of the day, you're quite happy with that. If you are Team 7, the Blackbeard, probably more of a nuisance than it was worth to try and contend. So, they'll just keep moving forward, having less to worry about. But you do lose the MX4 Storm, so in terms of outright gun potential, yeah, look.
Once again, a bit of a slower take here from Not Quite Sure. They are, dedicating a lot of time to droning out, but again, not much territory gained for that trouble. Having said that, we saw how it played out previously. Even with a slow approach, they waited for the right moment for Team 7 to overcommit, and it worked out for them. Trouble is, of course, President might be walking into a crossfire here.
Not an ideal situation. He's going to have to be very careful. That's not an opportunity that you want to give, and unfortunately he does. You nailed it there, Spud. He's just straight into the crossfire. Luckily, there is support, so he's not taken freely. They do get the trade back at the very least. He's looking for more. They have an idea of Saber's position, and Dirty is sneaking up from the back. Spots the elbow. That could have been disastrous, because that was a play attempting to be made on Elements.
Dirty now looking for the second player. He is looking for the head. He just sees him, but Hunter gets away with his life. Once again, hits the prone. Will he get away with holding on for his D life? Sealy at least finds Fakers as well. He does. He gets away with it again. Not like this. Element's last one alive. He has to face the shotgun of Hunter, but he is too good. This man doesn't need health to survive, to play the game. He just needs a gun, and look at that.
Former teammates, and unfortunately, we just got to witness who was the one to come out on top. Hunter, hitting the deck, making it look good. This is going to be a bit tilting and Not Quite Sure. Understandably, hit the tech pause. I could not think of a better time, honestly, than right now for that pause to come through.
Seems that Team 7 have switched up how they're playing a little bit. They aren't being as aggressive as Not Quite Sure are used to, and so that waiting game has certainly worked out. Not Quite Sure was spending a lot of time droning, trying to get that information on Team 7, but Team 7 just weren't willing to stick their heads out too much. And for that, they were rewarded. They just kind of sat back and waited for Not Quite Sure to push. By the time they really started taking that the bedroom area, there was only 50 seconds left. It was still a 4v4 at this point. And sure, Not Quite Sure got some kills, but by then it was too late. They didn't have the information, especially on Hunter laying prone at the bottom of the stairs. That is not a fight you're going to win against the Hunter with a shotgun. And so that's what we're seeing here. Not Quite Sure have given up 2 rounds. Now that Team 7 have kind of dialed it back, and it's up to Not Quite Sure to step it up in response, I think, to match Team 7.
Indeed. But as it stands, 1 round separating us from overtime, and the prospects of that are honestly rather interesting, given that, I mean, it's not often a map where you see the defense able to come back in the way that they are. Usually it's the attack that are making the big plays. But right now, you could definitely see that Team 7 are feeling quite comfortable.
Yeah, certainly it's taken some time for them to warm up, but that warm-up has been well worth it. 5 and 6 now. They're 1 round away from equalizing with Not Quite Sure, making it an even half full time. Team 7, of course, that would mean a 4-2 half on their defense, which is exactly what Not Quite Sure managed as well. It seems, you know, Not Quite Sure not actually doing as well as we thought. Team 7 definitely able to pick up the pace.
Prez might actually be having some issues there on the connection side of things. A little bit of stutters. But hopefully it is just a now issue and they can just carry on forward, pretend it didn't happen. Right now, though, Hunter sitting with 12 under the belt, leading the server in kill count. Team 7, you talked about it, they've hit the afterburners. They're really warmed up right now.
Not Quite Sure now looking to take this top floor control. Going to be contested up there by, I believe that was Sealy as well. Karma, though, will try to make sure that no roams are able to come back. But there's certainly a lot of top floor presence here. And with Oryx on the board, those air jabs aren't going to be able to stop everything. And that might be the playmaker. Sealy, if he can get hit the flank, he may be able to catch Not Quite Sure off.
Well, again, that slow push, largely a passive round so far, but that can change on a dime. As we've seen time and time again, the hatch will be popped, the artillery claw as well followed up on. Last time they attacked the site, it was with some success. Not quite sure we're able to make it work with Elements holding off the clutch, but Sealy up on the flank upstairs could definitely throw a spanner into the gears. Not quite sure they're going to have to play this one as safely as possible.
Yeah, 50 seconds now, and this is what we saw last time as well. A slow approach can fall apart. It's all up to Sealy now. If he gets shut down, then this approach by Not Quite Sure might actually work. If he gets this flank here, then it all falls apart for teams for Not Quite Sure. He gets one. His position has been known, but I think, yes, he has clear view of the hatch now. He's taken up the top floor now. The plant does actually manage to get all the way through, and a kill from Dirty will at least change things. Baker's taken down low, but he can now go for the plant. Having that control, he's actually going to look away. Almost got caught. We'll go for a plant in an unconventional spot. Has the cover from the garage. This is probably what they need to win.
Possibly. They've got the guns to do it. Can they make it happen? Dirty falls. It's a trade back. Prez getting in, swinging to connect to the plant. Is not down. They need one more. Saber, where is he? Saber clutched the round while disconnecting. He was having ping issues.
Oh,
gutted. Oh no.
That's unfortunate.
Not
that
just
is unfortunate.
Sealy, apparently. That's tragic.
That's rather unfortunate.
That is absolutely tragic. It looked like for a moment maybe Sealy had clutched it because of the ping issues, but no, it wasn't the case. But there you go, Spud. We're taken to overtime here. Regardless, you know, things are back at it even. Whoever wins this one, of course, will have that match point opportunity. But look, can Not Quite Sure do it with 2 defensive rounds.
Yeah, that would make 3 rounds in a row for Team 7. That's from a 6-3 deficit. They've taken it all the way back to a 6-6. And mind you, Not Quite Sure had a really good hold on that last round as well. Team 7, Sealy, with that huge flank there, almost managed to change things, but unfortunately, Not Quite Sure were able to shut him down. Dirty on the entry, made sure that top floor was clear. So bit of a rushed approach, by Not Quite Sure, and Fakers did get taken down. It was very, very close on both sides. I think Team 7 could have, what I'm trying to say is it was very, very close, and the scoreline definitely reflects it.
That's the one. But look, there is still a knife's edge separating these two teams. Really, we're at that tipping point where it could go either way, getting themselves up for that play. EMP does go out, and doesn't look like Fakers is in position to go for the bandit trick this time around. They pop the window, it's going to be a straight flood onto the site spot. They're not wasting any time trying to get it for the defuse, but Campo just absolutely dropped there immediately without hesitation. 2 for Fakers, 2 back for Vandal. Make it a 3rd, in fact, going the way of Not Quite Sure. And it's Vandal and Saber left alone to try or clutch up right now. Saber pushing through Tarps. Vandal's dead. The 1 versus 3 here. They have an idea of where Saber is, and they absolutely monster, well and truly meeting the challenge of Team 7's rush play.
Well, I guess they wanted to get that over with before the ping issues hit again, but unfortunately that just was not it. I'm not quite sure, able to take that defensive round very, very comfortably. Props to Team 7, of course, for changing things up, looking to catch Team 7, Not Quite Sure, off guard. Given that Team 7 have slowed things down a little bit, they've played a little bit more passively, and then suddenly to ramp it up like that certainly had huge potential. Big risk, big reward, but unfortunately the risk will take it all. Team 7 are now down back to 6-7, Not Quite Sure now on match point.
Oh dear. 2-5-1 half trades though on the defense. The possibilities that we see this one go maximum over time looking like quite a possibility. Nothing crazy out of the side of Not Quite Sure, nothing crazy out of the side of Team 7. The thing though that does get me, it's been quite a game for Saber, and that's rather uncharacteristic.
Yeah, Saber usually on that entry does do a lot of damage, but unfortunately he's, just not a good game tonight. I mean, it happens to the best of us, so I'm not too fussed. Certainly, I think he'll show up in the next few games once he's warmed up a little bit more.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Spud. I've never in my life had a bad game. It just, it's not the way it works.
Yeah, we all can't be as good as you,
Damn right.
We want to be, but...
That's it. That's exactly right. But right now, Team 7 is gearing themselves up for the hold here, because if they lose this round, obviously they lose the map, and we then head to Theme Park, and, well, that is Not Quite Sure's first map pick of the series. I mean, look, across the board, it has been a more consistent showing for Not Quite Sure.
Yeah, having said that, they have opened up themselves to some issues as well, and we kind of saw this last week when they played against Kraken. Kraken kind of throwing in the spanner early and just doing whatever they wanted. It did seem to throw Not Quite Sure off for a little bit while. It was 5-1, but Not Quite Sure managed to win six rounds in a row after that to ultimately take the victory. So, they can certainly come back from it. It's just that, will it be too close for comfort this time? And given that the score is so close, Team 7 might actually be able to get away with it before Not Quite Sure are able to recover.
Yeah. It's across that halfway mark, and it's still an incredibly passive round. Explosions galore. Karma shaken a little bit by his teammate Dirty, who catches him a little bit unawares while popping that wall with a lifeline. He's going to swing out and clear the shield. This piano position far less secure than it was. They get confirmation that Saber is there playing behind the piano. They finish him off, Karma, with a very aggressive swing to claim him. Now though, they need to make the play in towards the office and get above the site, and that's exactly what they're about to do.
Yeah, with Campo still around, but looking like he's going to fall back a little bit further, get closer to those stairs as the exit. If he can burn more time, that would be the strategy here. Certainly time has proven to be one of Not Quite Sure's greater enemies here. If you can't win the fight, let time do it. Campo does take a lot of damage, but that player outside does survive. Karma is still alive, and that threatens to cut off any player upstairs. Hunter, however, does find Dirty for his troubles from below, I think, as well. This is suddenly not looking so good for Not Quite Sure. 30 seconds remain.
The push has to come. What is the spear tip that will punch on and enable not quite sure to work this, or the counterpart being what is the shield that will allow Kraken to hold fast? And unfortunately, the 3 versus 4 are less than ideal situation to be, but they've got the gunners to be able to make this one work. 12 seconds now. They haven't got any smokes to cover, unlike the other side, and it's down to Hunter. 7 seconds. Baker's in looking for the plant. The toxic canisters won't find the angle. Karma does go down, walking through, and this is where it could all come apart for Team 7. He's got Karma. What more can he find? He's going to end the game with the most kills in the server, I think, regardless. But he steals himself 2 to find with only minimal health remaining. He is going to have to come up in a very, very clutch way. Unfortunately, though, Spud, I think this might just be it for Team 7 on Chalet.
Yeah, the positioning once again certainly in favor of Not Quite Sure. And as good as Hunter is, Team Not Quite Sure just need to play their cards right, and they're doing perfectly just that. They're waiting for the right opportunity when he has to commit to the plant and then going for it. Very good half indeed. I think we can definitely agree it was a banger of a match. Hard-fought victory, 8-6. This time, finally, Not Quite Sure take away Chalet from Team 7.
Yeah, look, they definitely dug that little bit deeper, relied on their experience a little bit more, and you can see, despite the victory there, though, Hunter, 15 and 11. So currently, if you tweeted at us and said, I think Hunter's going to have the most kills, you're sitting in a pretty solid spot right now, because he does.
Yeah, I have to say I didn't expect Hunter to be there at the top, so my apologies, but certainly he's given us a really good showing. 2 times he's clutched when he's on so low health with the SMG and the shotgun in hand. It's definitely a masterclass to watch. He has been so good with that SMG, hitting those nasty shots that really don't favor him, but he makes it work anyway. So I can't say that, you know, it is disappointing for Team 7 to have lost that, but certainly it was a really good one to watch anyway. And I think Team 7 aren't going to be too upset about that, given, you know, how things went. It was a really, really well fought map.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Hunter may currently lead the kill count at the moment, but it is not quite sure who lead the map count. Right now, we'll throw it to a break. Make sure you stick with us, though, to find out who wins the series and who has the most kills by the end of the night. We'll see you back very soon.
That guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makoto. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable. Like the motion platform's super nice. They're actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall. Whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys. We're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Map 1 done, an 8-6 banger to close out Chalet, with Hunter leading the score in terms of overall kills. If you're wondering about our giveaway, of course, so make sure you're keeping up with that. We'll be going over it soon, later on in the matchup, of course. Spud, Map 1 Chalet started off with a absolute heater from Not Quite Sure, who absolutely dominated. There you go. You can see on your screen the giveaway. Tell us who you think is going to have the most kills by the end of the night. At the moment, Hunter, 15 kills is the one leading, despite what I think many would have thought would have been the likes of, Elements, or, Sealy would have been my guess. Campo potentially every now and then pops off. But look, you got to respect that Hunter, he's on the grind.
Yeah, and he's been doing so, playing the anchor role with the SMG-11. So, hey, props to him for all our SMG-11 mains and smoke mains and mute mains. Thank you for showing us that we can still kill people. But yeah, that is map 1 done and dusted. Team 7, unfortunately, don't take their own map pick. So Not Quite Sure definitely have an advantage heading into map 2, which is Theme Park. Now, we touched on this briefly beforehand, how Theme Park is a more very strategic heavy type of map, and that is something that I think will favor Not Quite Sure more, as they do have that practice, they do those scrims, whereas Team 7 just rock up and play. Having said that, the chaos, that's where they thrive, and if they can find some chaos from Not Quite Sure, perhaps that will be where they get their win.
We'll see. Maybe we'll have to purge them. But right now, going into Theme Park, there's a lot of mobility available on this map. You're talking about a huge horizontal spread on the roam. So, look, I'm expecting some priority around the Nomad, the Jackal, the Lion as well. But I would imagine probably a ban, if not the ban on the Nook. There's room for that, I would expect. But, you look at the gunners that are there for Team 7. Sealy, we saw that flag almost, honestly, if not for the server issues, I think likely would have been the clutch up point that the team needed anyway. But, you give some of those operators, you give the Valkyrie, if it's not banned out, you give them the Oryx, you give them the Malusi, one of those operators that could just sort of, be one and done, set your utility up and then go off on the roam. There's a lot of damage that Team 7 can do, I think.
Yeah, especially with some of the walls that need to be opened as well on Theme Park. You do have a lot of wall denial options, and I do think that perhaps we're going to be seeing something done about Kaid, Thatcher as well. It's just so difficult to attack, and I think Team 7 definitely have the better end of the stick here. They're going to be starting off on the defense here, so they've at least got that going for them. But definitely with the kind of difficulty and coordination it takes to successfully push an attack on Theme Park, Team 7 will be struggling, and they will need every round they can on that defense to give themselves some buffer room. before they head into that attack of their own.
And you talk about needing everything they possibly can. We have confirmation. Saber, unfortunately, is being subbed out. Obviously, he was having some slightly more significant issues than was evident, off of that game. So Turdstick will be subbing in for him for Team 7 as well. I mean, do you think that makes much of a difference here, Spud?
Look, I'll be honest, I haven't actually seen him play this entire season, so I can't really comment on, how well or not well he's going to play. My one question is perhaps then, how will the synergy of Team 7 be affected? We know that, they already don't practice, they already don't do scrims. They rock up and play, and a lot of that synergy is built just by being there on game day. Sure, it's worked out really well for them. You can't argue with that. The results speak for themselves. They are in the grand final. And mind you, it was only an 8-6 loss, right? It was by 2 rounds in overtime. So they're still doing really, really well. But will throwing in this new player, kind of change things up? It could work out very well. I mean, Saber wasn't having such a great game last game. Maybe they just need a new face to work with. But at the same time, it could also go horribly, horribly wrong. And yeah, I'm just not sure how it's going to go yet.
Well, we will have to find out. I mean, look, what are your thoughts coming into this matchup? What we saw from Chalet? I mean, 8-6 ultimately off the back of what was a very, very comfortable defense. We're not quite sure. We now head to Theme Park. Do you think that we see them find that same success on the defense?
Yeah, I mean, both teams, did significantly better on the defense. So I think Team 7 certainly will be leading by the end of this first half. I say 5-1, maybe a 4-2 at the most. But of course, we mentioned, attacking is where it's really set apart. And I certainly think we will see it equalize, at least during that second half. We could very much be seeing a second overtime, I think. But yeah, attack is where it's really going to be decided. And it's why it's so important for Team 7 to have that buffer heading into that attack.
Well, I mean, look, we saw the Nook, the Sens, the Castle, and the Azami band out on Chalet. Are you anticipating anything even of that same level?
Yeah, I think the Nook and Azami bans will probably come into play. Azami is just such a common operator to remove, and we have seen Not Quite Sure use that ban quite a lot of the time. Most of the time, they are going for that. So I don't see any difference why they would choose to remove that. We might see a Thatcher, a Kaid being tossed in, but usually I think that's probably what I would guess. A Nock, Azami, Thatcher, Kaid, maybe something like that. If anything, Thatcher will be the one who gets left on board, although we did see it used very, very effectively last game, and perhaps one of these teams might want to remove him from the board entirely.
Oh, look, I think I agree with you there, Spot. I think you're right on the money, but look, we've seen crazy things happen in LPL Pro. There is possibilities for some cheeky shenanigans to come out. I'm just trying to, figure it out. You're coming into Theme Park, not quite sure. Obviously, have a game plan. What that game plan is anyone's guess, really. But, I mean, your Team 7 coming into it, it's a reasonably strategic style of map. Do you do something a little bit crazy to try and catch your opponents off guard, maybe?
Yeah, I think they're going to have to. They definitely know what they're going up against in terms of Not Quite Sure's ability. So I think they need to try something unconventional, something that Not Quite Sure can't have prepared for. And we did see as well Team 7 do kind of flourish in the chaos. Last week they did have a really good game on Border. Let me just double check that map. Yeah, a 7-5 victory against Underground. So, I think perhaps, that is where Team 7 potentially could find that opening. I mean, if we look back at Not Quite Sure versus Kraken last week on Villa, Kraken were able to find, significant weaknesses in Not Quite Sure's approach just by doing something completely unconventional. They were hiding in bathtubs, running shotguns, just running all over the place, right? And they were able to build up a 5-1 advantage with that. So perhaps Team 7 need to do the same thing as well. I don't think it'll be to the same level, but if they can do enough to throw off Not Quite Sure, given how close the previous game was, all they need is just 1 or 2 rounds that Not Quite Sure drop, and I think Team 7 could definitely walk away with this map.
And I mean, I'm expecting a lot of priority around Throne Armory. That seems to be like the primary site for most teams. And it could also be the hardest one. So, I mean, is it worth banning out Thatcher here going into Theme Park, do you reckon? Or is you know, with the impact EMPs, do you think that it's sort of a worthwhile risk to let through?
Yeah, look, if they take out Thatcher, I do feel like the Kaid will go as well, because with the impact EMPs, that radius is just so much smaller, and there are a lot of places you can successfully hide Kaid claws, and we did see Kaid being used quite extensively on Chalet as well. And I think it's just something you don't want to have to deal with, especially since it's already so difficult to attack and so difficult to open some of these key walls, right? I mean, you have to open those walls. Like, I'm considering, you know, the Armory Throne walls. You've got the office wall upstairs. You know, without those walls open, you're really funneling into single points, single doorway, single points of entry that favor the defense so much more. So knowing that you have to open those walls, and with Thatcher gone, almost certainly you'd be getting rid of the Kaid as well, just to give yourself a little bit more room to work with.
And as we jump on into theme park here, Spud, we see, if not quite sure, can put themselves onto series point 2. It's going to be interesting. Turd, you see him, he's in the lobby. He's going to be subbing in to save, like we said, for Team 7. Team Park Fakers not too happy that they got us back with the Osa ban. Understandable.
Yeah, a lot of angles you can push with Osa, and be holding those long angles, especially you know, pushing through that cache balcony into cache itself. So no surprises there that Osa will be removed. Not again the ban for not quite sure. I can't say I didn't expect that. I do think they're going to get rid of the Azami as well, and then it will be up to Team 7 to change.
Karma firing shots before they even get into the lobby to play. Karma, buddy, you can't be doing that, but understandable ban so far for the most part, like you said, Spud. Nothing crazy. What do we get? I mean, you'd almost have to go for the Valkyrie here, and it's going to be a mirror instead. That is interesting.
I mean, that also makes a lot of sense. We've spoken about the importance of some of these walls, and putting a mirror window on top of it just makes it even more difficult. You know, control room, you know, that's very, very difficult to push once there's a mirror in play, and that leaves you just with the cache side. And if there's a mirror window on that as well, you know, your options really start to dwindle when that mirror is in play. And granted, there's already a ton of defensive options you've got anyway. I feel like taking the mirror away isn't going to hamper anyone's defense too much. So I think it's a safe bet here to remove the mirror.
Valkyrie, though, is such a strong pick at the minute. They've got the Mozzie as well, the Mute Mozzie Valkyrie combo. So there is an insane amount of information available to Team 7 here on this defense. And you look at the attack from not quite sure. I mean, the Thatcher might be in play, but it looks like that is far from a priority for Team Not Quite Sure.
Yeah, my prediction is they're going to be going for this vertical above that yellow wall, and then potentially opening up that, or they can use the grenades to clear out some of this wall denial utility. Yeah, so they still have options, especially you know, with the number of exploding grenades they have. They've got 2 sets, one from President, one from Dirty, and a lot of verticals. So they can certainly pick which way they want to go depending on the setup.
Third Steve's going for a bit of a cheeky spawn peek attempt here. Known quantity though. They are quite aware of his position with that D50, and you got to question, you know, just how much of an upgrade this is if he's going for those audacious plays. If he loses his life here, I think the rest of the team is going to be maybe wanting Saber back.
Look, a bold move, I'll give you that. It hasn't paid off so far, but at least it's sown some confusion, slowed down, not quite sure, a little bit. And we did see them struggle a little bit with time here, and on an attack on Theme Park, that is something that comes more into play here. So perhaps that was the name of the game, or maybe he was just warming up. I mean, I certainly rate, you know, his choice, his boldness. I can give him points for that one.
Well, whether it works out, we'll have to see. But so far, Elements is the most tagged in the server, starting Theme Park off. Hopefully they can recoup those losses and find a kill, but a lot of information work that needs to be done. All this deep lurk through from the workshop. It's Turd to come up big, Prez. He finds Dirty to boot. And well, look, I may have thrown a bit of shade Saber's way, or Turds' way, but he backs it up. He backs it up in a big way, and he proves me wrong.
The only thing I'm a bit concerned about is the fact that he's got 2 Valcans remaining. That one's new. Hunter, though, with a nice 2k, one with the C4, one with the SMG-11. Suddenly, Karma is left all alone. This is, mind you, not quite sure's map pick, but right now, not quite sure. Don't seem to be quite sure what they're doing.
Well, honestly, I think if you're Karma, you just sit and talk at this point. You've just lost 4 members off the rip on Theme Park to start your own map pick and in quite a brutal way. So I think, yeah, you sit, you talk, and you figure out what the hell your next move is.
Yeah, because at this point, I don't think you chalk it up to just a defender-sided map. It certainly has been more than that. Karma, though, does at least find 1, but his position is known, his time is ticking down. He's just kind of waiting for death. Sealy does find 1 onto Campo. I think the only one he's going to get this time. But finally, Karma is put to bed. That's the next round on the board. Team 7 start 1 off.
Sealy, please don't bully Campo. You love it. Good bit of banter here in the LPL Pro Season 2 Grand Finals. We're here for it. We love it. And, well, they're going to keep it up right now. We go to Bunk and Daycare for the second round. Obviously, that big defense hold means that, well, Armory Throne is going to be locked out for the next wee while.
I think Turds start coming back in, suddenly stepping up the aggression again. I don't think, not quite sure we're expecting him to be swinging that gong double door. And certainly it paid off. After that, things just kind of went downhill from there. And I do like this adaptation from Team 7. They're able to change their pace, change how they play, and keep not quite sure on their toes. I mean, the first couple of rounds, the first map, not quite sure it started figuring things out, but Team 7, of course, able to get 3 rounds back to make it even. So I certainly expect this to be a close one as well, as much as this is Team 7's map pick. Sorry, not quite sure's map pick. Team 7 don't seem too concerned about that.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be hugely cut up by it. They are a capable team in their own right. Well, we start things off. We head into round number 2, and Hunter still leading the charge with those frags. He's going to be the one to keep an eye on here.
Be a little bit more concerned about spawn peaks this time. They don't want to get caught again. And of course, that is not a mistake you want to be making twice. We mentioned how close these rounds have been, just 2 or 3, a couple of rounds here or there. Team 7 could certainly walk away with this, and then you're back to square one. You're back to a 1-1. So Team 7, not quite sure, want to make sure they hold on to that map advantage. So certainly they are playing to do so at the moment.
Drone game is going to have to be impeccable here on Theme Park if they do want a chance at taking the series. Turds up again. Swing it early. I mean, he's got a lot of catching up to do if he wants to contest that record that Hunter currently holds.
Bit questionable there, Karma's solo entry. He definitely got caught out from more angles than he could cover, so not sure that worked out well for him, especially with no refrag. This just seems very, very unusual compared to what we usually see from Not Quite Sure. Mind you, that's still early days. They still have a lot of players to work with, and certainly you can get that refrag. With those Dragon Stairs control firmly in favor of Not Quite Sure, it's now a matter of opening up this site walls. But of course, those meat jammers are going to make things a lot more difficult.
They are indeed. But, I mean, with that IQ in play, they should be able to find the information that they're looking for. Hopefully. As Prez keeps going to work with the Rotero drones, they spot one just cheekily around the vending machine's corridor. They've got some big guns in play. So if they can find 1, maybe 2 picks here and blow this round wide open, this could be recoverable.
Again, fairly slow progress from Not Quite Sure. Elements does at least find Third Star, so that will be his first death and a much needed kill at that. They need to even out the player count. But once again, we're seeing 30 seconds remaining, a 4v4 fight looking to happen very soon, and not much site control or any at all. Those crossfires from Team 7 are going to be deadly, and with Karma from Cafe already taken out, this push is very, very one-sided and it will be easy for Team 7 to predict.
4 versus 4, 15 seconds to play. Fort, not quite sure, need to make a move right now if they want to take this round. Unfortunately, Campo will do nothing to help that. 2 quick kills both ways. Prez makes it a third. It's Hunter, and the 1 versus 1 Hunter and Prez. There's no health, and Hunter once again clutches up when his team needs him.
Like we said, he is the anchor, the bedrock that Team 7 have been relying on. Well played by him. Once again with the shotgun to clean things up. Not quite sure again. Spit slow on the time. They didn't have the information they needed, and those crossfires were just too much. President, of course, made a valiant attempt. He managed to get 2 picks and then almost the last one, but you just do not win against Hunter in a situation like that.
Give him a shotgun. He's going to make music happen. By music, I mean buckshot. Into the chest cavity of any silly attacker staring at him. But there we go. 2-0 to start. Looking for the flawless rotation of sites to start the half off. Honestly, with this momentum, I think Team 7 can do it.
Yeah, mind you, this is a little bit more of a defender-sided map, but so far the attack we've seen from Not Quite Sure has been very lackluster. It seems very disconnected, disjointed, and they're spending a lot of time droning, but not much gaining territory for that drone. So I'm not sure what is going on here. Not Quite Sure was certainly looking very, very good on the previous map on Chalet, but it seems these rather more exotic maps, Team 7 do have the upper hand here.
Yeah, they like to play on the fringes. It's something that has been quite openly talked about by them in the previous season as well. They do love the likes of the board of the theme park, the newer maps in the comp pool, and they're not ones to shy away from that being in play. Right now, Vandal on the cap can, so they are leaning a little bit more into the trap side of things. This could be interesting.
Yeah, with Dirty there to get the information elements as well, it could not actually gain much value. Having said that, if he places them close to sight and forces... Oh my goodness. Well, okay, never mind about that. Intel Elements is dead. Hunter once again leading things off. But yeah, as I was saying, Vandal with those traps, if they're placed close to sight, once again, if Not Quite Sure run out of information right after execute, they could walk into them.
Good indeed, Dirty. Finding Sealy brings it back to the 4 versus 4. He's going to hit himself straight back outside. Doesn't want to waste too much time, obviously. But, I mean, they don't have the IQ now. That's cap can traps that are going to be a real problem. And, well, they lose Karma too. This is getting a bit bleak for Not Quite Sure with Turns to subbing in.
Yeah, it seems like that was the change they needed. He's going 4-1 at the moment. But Not Quite Sure, once again, seems to be making similar mistakes. They didn't have anyone backing up Karma. I don't know where he was pushing from, but he's just been removed just like that. No backup whatsoever. And Team 7 are just getting away with murder. They're getting these picks without anyone being there to trade. And now Team 7 are, you know, they've gotten their picks, they've gotten their advantage. There's a minute left. They're more than content just to sit back on site, wait for Not Quite Sure to slowly take their time, make their way up to the site, and then walk into the crossfires.
Campo with the last second. Well, last minute, technically. Reinforcement. They've got 2 more. He might even go for the Vault one as well, as the Gemini does fade. So they won't have info on it. Prez, though, now will be making his way there. Campo, does he have the audio to make a play off it? But no, Prez backs himself off. They do see the fresh reinforcement, though, so that is info that Prez will now have.
Starting to open up some walls now, and they have got the information on the Valkyrie. Does choose to move it away, but Campo, oh my goodness, he saw him. Campo said, not today. Will end his life right there. Again, no trades. Caught with his pants down. 2 players left and 20 seconds to go. I think this is going to be a flawless rotation for Team 7.
More than likely. Yeah, Fake is the last one alone. As Dirty. Taken out by Vandal. An oblique prospect with 8 seconds remaining. Fakers. He's been swung on. Campo will go down. Can't find Van. It is a 3-0 start. Forced rotation of the sites here for Team 7 to kick off Theme Park.
Almost a flawless round as well, but another timeout coming out from Not Quite Sure. I think this is once again a good time to have that chat. Theme Park, mind you, is Not Quite Sure's map pick, and this has just not been going their way. The attacks have been disjointed. They're losing players without any support, no trades whatsoever, and they're just walking into site in the last 30 seconds trying to brute force that. And unfortunately, the setup is just too much for Not Quite Sure to overcome. So they do need to take those 45 seconds just to talk it out, figure out what is going wrong, because so far it seems like everything is.
Yeah, indeed it is. I think the introduction of Turd has been sort of that linchpin, just the aggression that they've been able to achieve off the back of it has well and truly caught Not Quite Sure off guard.
Of course, we have seen these timeouts from Not Quite Sure be quite helpful. We saw them pull it out last week against Kraken, and certainly after the timeout, they seem to have gotten their heads together. So, I want to see if the same result happens from the timeout this time, given that, Team 7 are fighting very, very well. They're 3-0 up. They've gone through a flawless rotation without too much trouble. Mind you, a couple of 1v1s there could have gone in favor of Not Quite Sure, but so apart from that, it has been a map for Team 7.
Yeah, they well and truly have their foot on the gas, hand on the steering wheel. I mean, Hunter, look at him, he's 5-1. Currently 20 kills under his belt at the moment. He is making it hard for anyone to keep up at the moment.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left.
Once again, going to be returning to the Armory Throne. Question, of course, will be if there's any top floor presence this time from the defense. Last time we did see Not Quite Sure attempt to entry from the cash side, but 2 kills from Turdstar downstairs and 2 from Hunter upstairs ended all their chances of making it onto site. So will they be able to take the top floor without as much trouble this time? That is the question. They do have a sledge to work with, so perhaps they can play a bit of vertical on that yellow stairs if they get that control.
Info. The name of the game here, if they want to pick up this victory. Dirty is going to have to go to work with that Gemini, and he will start it up. Nice and deep, though. Not a lot of presence close to the site. He's just going to sit there and burn out the time. Shots on. Karma opens things up, and it's Hunter down. A huge threat removed from Team 7.
Karma bringing the best gun, the most skillful gun in the world to get the job done. But hey, at this point, you need every advantage you can get. Does see one on the flank, and probably will find this one if I'm going to be completely honest. But a C4 from below could wreck his good time so far. Finds a feet, can't quite land the shot, and I think they will get away with that. That flank, though, will be the one to end his life. Sealy shuts him down.
Sealy has been playing a phenomenal roam so far today, and likely will continue that. With that removal, I mean, you look at your Finker and your IQ off the board. You couldn't have lost 2 worse operators if you're the attacking side. I'm Not Quite Sure right now.
Yeah, all that needs to fall now is a sledge, and I'm pretty sure it's this round is over for Not Quite Sure. Mind you, they've got a lot of clutching power. Certainly, I wouldn't count them out just quite yet, but certainly the utility from IQ, the information that cut down on some of these mute jammers would have been so useful. And now, if they lose Fakers as well, no more way in sight except for perhaps a split, and that will certainly be the end of it.
Selma charges through. The mute jammer is going to deny it. The ADSs as well. Going to make it that hard. The impact finds both of them. That's huge. All of a sudden, this push is all but in the bin.
Well, at least 1 kill for Fakers there. Taking out Turdstar does help a little bit, but again, force to funnel through these doors. It's just open season for Team 7. They're going to find another one onto Oh, okay, never mind. On to Fakers, but at least Dirty will find a trade back. President actually catches Vandal being a little too aggressive. I think he made a mistake there. It's now 2v1 in favor of not quite sure, and although the diffuser is down, it's all up to now. Will President be able to kill? He cannot. That was a close call, Vandal. He almost gave that away. But Sealy will keep the round alive.
Calm, cool, under pressure. Narrowly avoiding disaster. What more could you want? Team 7, a 4-0 start here to Theme Park. And unfortunately, with not quite sure having already used their timeout, they're just going to have to keep rolling with the punches and hope like hell that their defense can stand up to what Team 7 are bringing today.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
4 rounds up. Not quite sure. Still hope for a 2-4, which is something that we've mentioned before, but it does seem to be cutting it a little bit too close. And at this point, I'm not sure how the mental is going for. Not quite sure. Wouldn't quite put it down to them to, say GG go next map yet, but certainly it's getting closer and closer. Team 7 already 4 rounds up. It's just a matter of time. And with Turdstar, the fresh substitute, making waves here, certainly not quite sure won't be as in control as they would have hoped.
5 seconds left.
Yeah. I mean, look, the honest truth being, the possibility of a full 5 mapper is looking like it is rapidly approaching here, Spud. Which, look, for a grand finals is exactly what you're looking for.
It's actually going to dedicate that cam just to get a little bit of info, play a little bit more aggressively. But will be Dirty caught on the run out. President does find a trade at least, but all these kills, it's just going to be jump out after jump out. Not quite sure do end up on the worst end of that, although the rest of the players do get healed up.
2 for 1 ultimately that goes the way of Team 7. Now rapidly, I was just going to say rapidly approaching the 5-0, but Karma not going to let it go quietly. Swings on and finds himself turd. We're back at a 3 versus 3 with 2 minutes to play. Minute gone and 4 players dead, Spud.
Yeah, that's been a change of pace compared to what we've seen. Not quite sure I've been taking their time on the attack. So Team 7 decided what will start things off. Karma goes down as well. Campo finds a second of this round, and with that, all the finger boosts out of the way as well. The frag grenades. It's all up to Fakers and Elements at this point, but they've got a long road ahead of them. That wall is completely shut, but it is soft, so there's no way they're going to be able to open that with those Selma charges. Elements get taken down low as well. This is not looking good for Not Quite Sure.
No, it really isn't. And well, I mean, look, the one benefit I suppose they do have is the time, and Elements with that time is going to be able to claim a sec or another kill off the board, but it's all coming apart. Unfortunately, there may not be much more that Elements can do right now. He's just going to have to hold the angle. Both players just calmly waiting. A shotgun and a deagle. So basically 2 shotguns. There's the Nitro sellout as well. He was on cam the entire time. Hunter is gearing up for the swing, and that is a 5-0 start to Theme Park here, Spud.
And you saw him winding back up like he's, charging up his punch, and there it goes. The one punch into the stomach of Elements. The shotgun goes boom, and so does Elements' chance. And with that, Not Quite Sure's hope of a round. They did manage to bring it back to a 2v2, but unfortunately, they weren't. Campo was just in a better position there at the end. Fakers you saw him struggle to figure out where the shots were coming from, and who could blame him? So many angles they have to cover walking into a site like that with the crossfires as well. So ultimately, Team 7 do take that away. And now they're 5-0 up. Not Quite Sure could hope for a 5-1 perhaps, and hope that their defense is just as convincing as Team 7's. I'm almost ready to say that Team 7 will walk away with this, but there's still the second half, and defense on Theme Park is no joke.
Well, honestly, I think the likelihood of a 6-0 is a scary reality right now. I think not quite sure, or quite aware of it as well.
5 seconds left.
I honestly, at this point, it might even be worth for not quite sure to go next and just say, look, we're back even at 0-0 essentially. We're now going into a best of 3. Just forget that theme park happened.
It must be a shame though, having worked so hard on Chalet, for it to suddenly all fall apart on your very own map as well, and so quickly. I do expect that Not Quite Sure will be able to get some rounds back before it's all over. I don't think we'll be seeing a 7-0, but can you imagine if, you know, the rounds do fall in favor of Team 7 early on? So much time spent, you know, on Chalet, and theme park is just done and dusted just like that.
Karma really needs to hit the mark here with the Armoru. He could quite really be the difference maker, but Hunter is going to be that instead as he takes down Prez. He has been a phenomenal player for this Team 7 roster. Kraken 2.0 indeed. And there we go, Karma straight into the showers. SMG 11 out. He needs to find an angle onto someone. Hunter finally going down. Will be finished off by Dirty. Are they aware of Karma's positioning? He does shoot the Prisma and gets spotted on the camera as well. So they are now incredibly aware of his position.
Yeah, it's content just to apply some pressure there, wait for some backup. But by now, the information will have gone out for Team 7. Fakers does at least find another one. But there we go. Karma goes straight down. Sealy finds Fakers as well. This rush could have worked, but it has all fallen apart. Look, it's very much looking like it's going to be at 7-1. Sorry, 6-0.
Look, at this point, I think 7-1 might even be less than conceivable. I mean, Dirty needs to find the mark with something. Honestly, if he can't find an insta headshot, the round I think is all but over. And so he's got a minute to play with. That is the bleak reality of the situation that Not Quite Sure find themselves in. And the audio has gone a bit jank, much like the situation. Spots the head. Spots the one. Unfortunately, a flawless half, though, is the ultimate result. Not Quite Sure are 1 round away from the trounce.
Amari had the potential to do so much damage while Team 7 were occupied with the rest of the attack, but the Prisma was what saved them. The Valcam as well, spotting that information, and then, of course, the Prisma forcing Karma to fall back, gave time for Team 7 to regroup and start holding that position. And ultimately, that push through the bathroom just fell apart. Sealy and I believe... can't remember who it was, but they were able to shut down that push there. So Team 7 now put themselves on very, very good ground, 6-0 up. It is, you know, we've said it, attacker-sided and whatnot, but sorry, defender-sided and whatnot, but having 6 rounds to work with is still pretty good, and all you need is 1 successful attack and you've booked yourself another round, another map, sorry.
Oh dear. I mean, you look at the full set lineup that already Team 7 is gearing up towards. Yeah, honestly, I think as much as yes, it is a grand finals and you want to fight tooth and nail for a victory, I almost think for the mental sake that I think that for the mental sake, you just go next would be the smart play.
Of course, the question is whether Not Quite Sure are willing to go down without a fight. I certainly wouldn't put it past them to just continue fighting and, you know, making us talk for longer. But Team 7, though, they're going to be doing us a favor, or trying to at least, and trying to make this map a quick one. 6-0 already. They certainly haven't let off the gas.
They certainly haven't at that. I think the likelihood of them doing that is even lower. Turd with the DMR on Buck claims the first kill of the second half. And unfortunately, it is not the kill that Not Quite Sure will want it to be. 2 minutes to play. Dirty will at least claim one back, but you look at the health that he's lost in doing so. That is not ideal.
This vertical extension is working out here. Has slowed down Team 7's attack here, and with the stairs being held as well, they're going to make sure they can hold on to this top floor very, very firmly. However, Vandal does land a nice shot. So does Campo downstairs as well. And suddenly this is all falling apart. Only one player upstairs, one player downstairs. If they hit site now, right, Team 7 would almost certainly win this because they would be able to stop Dirty from making his way back.
Fake is in.
Oh yeah, it does have the hatch open.
Yeah, look, unlikely situation here for the clutch to happen in, but not impossible. We've seen, well, I say we've seen it happen. We've seen Team 7 do it. Fake is dead. Now onto Dirty. Seeing the player streak in towards the site, but I think more than anything, it was a bit of bait just to get Dirty to reveal his positioning. They now know where he is, of course. And he should just be free farmed. You look at the health that he has. That's 3 headshots that he's going to need to hit cleanly without taking one of his own. And against the likes of Hunter, Turdster, and Vandal, I mean, you are reaching right now if you are Dirty for this win.
And Turdster now going for the rotate. I like this caution. They're waiting for them to get into position. Don't need it though. Vandal just jumps right in. Perfect 7-0 half. 7-0 game, sorry. I did not expect that coming out the back of Chalet, but here we are. Campo has woken up. Hunter is doing Hunter things as usual, and wow. 7-0 on not quite sure's map. I don't know what to make of that, I'll be honest.
I do. That was an absolute dumpstering. We know exactly what that means. That is your map pick, and you go down 7-0. I'm calling it now. Team 7 are going to be the Season 2 champions. I reckon that is exactly what we're heading towards, because there is little to no comeback from that.
Yeah, the mental state from not quite sure. In the interviews, we'll certainly have to ask them what happened here. But, I mean, 7-0 on your own map, on a map that requires so much strategy and coordination, that certainly favors you having done that practice. Team 7 walk in without having done their homework, and it's just like, when you don't do your homework and you just make things up on the spot and you get an A. That is what has happened. And I wouldn't even say an A. It's an A+. They've been given the gold star seal of approval by the principal here. They've taken a 7-0. Team, not quite sure, fought tooth and nail to get 8-6 on Chalet. And then Team 7 just mosey on in on Theme Park and take it 7-0.
Look, I don't think there's any more analysis we can actually do for that. We're just going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we're on to Clubhouse, the second half of this best of 5 series, to see if Not Quite Sure can get their act together. We'll see you back soon.
That guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slide's twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makoto. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable. Like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall. Whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys. We're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I think if you're president or the not quite sure roster right now, you are pretending that the series is only just starting. But for us, we are 2 maps deep. It is 1 apiece, but 2 vastly different maps, Spud. A 8-6 victory, if you're not quite sure, on Chalet into a 7-0 shellacking from Team 7.
Look, I wouldn't have expected to see a 7-0 at this point of the stage. In the grand finals, mind you, with 2 of the best teams here. They are the best teams here because they've made it all the way to the grand finals. Yet here we are. It is undeniable. The results speak for themselves. 7-0, Team 7 living up to their name. Indeed, Team 7-0 maybe. But not quite sure. I just don't know what happened there. All that coordination they had built up on Chalet, all of that just gone, just like that. Breeze was what it was, and now we're back to Clubhouse.
You say you don't know how it happened, but there is one glaringly obvious difference between maps 1 and 2, Spud, and his name is Turdster. Subs in for Saber, and all of a sudden you go from an 8-6 to a 7-0. We did sleep on him, and there was a lot of disrespect in chat, and then all of a sudden his team goes 7-0. So you got to wonder, how much does that actually play into it?
Yeah, Saber really wasn't having such a great game before, but Turdstar, his replacement, certainly seems to be doing a lot better. I'm not sure how much of that you can blame on the game stuttering or on ping, but certainly it does seem to have given Team 7 a breath of fresh air. And I mentioned before how we're not quite sure, mind you, of how that switch is going to go. It could really add, or it could just detract from the synergy that Team 7 already have, but it seems to me that certainly it was a good choice. It doesn't seem to have hindered them any bit at all. In fact, it's probably enabled them even more now. And Team 7 certainly going into things, could actually take this away from Not Quite Sure, which would be quite amusing considering, they don't even practice, as they say. They just rock up and they just take it away from Not Quite Sure.
I mean, at the end of the day, maybe that's all it takes. Heading into Clubhouse, it's back to basics, a staple of the APAC Greater Regions staple. I mean, this map has been in the comp pool for the longest time now. ANZ teams know it, they thrive on it. APAC teams know it and thrive on it. So all these guys in the server, all 10 of them, will have had experience playing on this map. and they should realistically know how it goes. It is a map that has been done to death by all means to Spud. As we head there, Team 7 have the defense to start, which tends to be the team that, the side that teams do lean into that little bit more. Is that going to be enough to get themselves a lead in this series?
Yeah, look, we have actually seen both these teams do quite well on the attack on Clubhouse. I mean, last week, not quite sure, went 7-2 against Kraken of all teams on Clubhouse. And they were starting on the attack, not quite sure. Started with 3 plants, and the 4th, they were just in the process of getting the plant down. So they are, definitely a force to be reckoned with on attacking Clubhouse. Team 7 have taken away the OSA from them, and that was certainly a very important tool that all these teams that we've seen play Clubhouse have been utilizing. And I think it's the second time we've seen that go as well. Maverick, they're not next to go, not the knock, but Azami, not quite sure, I'm really sure of that ban.
If the observers want to let Karma know, personally, I'm going to be going with Violet, as it is the closest to blue, just to answer his question there. But so far, the ban's nothing too crazy. One thing that is very, very obvious is the fact that, well, Kaid is being left in play, as has the Thatcher. So obviously, teams have a way to deal with him and are quite prepared to deal with him in that way. But right into it, not quite sure, coming off the back of a map like the one that they just played out. You gotta hope that whatever we said in the break is going to be enough for them to mentally reset.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's now back to a best of 3, which certainly is I think, a good way for them to look at it. They've taken a step, they've warmed up, they know they're going to be bringing their best game now from this point forward. Whereas for Team 7, there's hope now. They've managed to damage, the almost invulnerability of Not Quite Sure. They've done it once, they've done it twice now. And this is looking more and more likely that they can actually make it all the way to that championship. Last time, of course, they came second. This time, this might be their year. So this season.
Yeah, season. They've played 2 seasons this year, so hopefully they don't have to wait an entire year for them to take it out. But they are going to need to go big here, and Turnster might be the one, that linchpin again, the aggressor in this matchup for his team that could definitely blow things wide open. And a last second, good luck, have fun in the chat from Celia's Turnster is hunting. Not going to be finding it, unfortunately.
Some very specific greetings. It's a little bit rude. I would feel a little bit slighted if I were the rest of Not Quite Sure, but maybe it's to start some infighting, among Not Quite Sure. Oh, how come I didn't get a good luck, have fun from Celia? So far, though, Team 7 looking at cause chaos for Not Quite Sure. They've had this early roam upstairs, forcing Not Quite Sure to commit to clearing that, but they've fallen off it pretty quickly. They just want to burn out that time. And you can see, it's already in the process of being burnt. They're droning out, but there's actually no one upstairs anymore.
Well, slow as you'd expect. You're just sort of testing the waters here on Clubhouse. You're not going to be looking to make too many heavy, aggressive inroads just yet. So smart stuff from Not Quite Sure, looking to play off with the drone information. But oh my God, Team 7 dealing quite handily with some of that info. Already down 4 in the second half of the round.
Yeah, again, it has to be followed up with map control, and we did see them struggle a little bit in the latter half of their chalet map, following things up. Karma, though, does actually find Campo to begin with, but Vandal equally quickly to find that trade back. It seems a slower pace isn't quite working out for Not Quite Sure. Team 7 are catching up, but certainly a kill onto Turdstar. He has been doing so much damage. Taking him down will help Not Quite Sure's attack here.
4 versus 3 is probably the best spot, honestly, that Not Quite Sure have been in a good while. Hopefully they can keep that train rolling and turn it into a round win, but with Hunter still on the board, who, if I remember correctly, should be sitting around 22, 23 kills currently throughout the matchup, so still top of the table with output. He goes down to Elements, though, former teammate on the trade. 4 versus 2. They get that church wall open, so a number of different avenues now available. Not quite sure. Gonna look to exploit that and widen the gap as they pressure on through. Unfortunately, Sealy is on the job with Vandal and assistance. Heading to the final 15. It's down to Elements in the 1 versus 2. Can he do it? Can he stop the tide that has ultimately gutted his team's push right now? And you can hear it, the time ticking away. We are rapidly approaching the end of the round. So he's going to have to make a play. He can't. Vandal and Team 7. That is their 8th round now in a row.
Amazing play there from Sealy. Caught, not quite sure, completely off guard. Now, we've mentioned the late executes do seem to be biting, not quite sure. And we saw that happen there. Not enough information. They didn't know that Sealy had pushed up so close, and the cover just wasn't ready yet. Sealy was able to take out the diffuser, and then I just don't know where they expected him to be, but Dirty was caught looking the completely wrong way as well. And Sealy single-handedly managed to save that round, and then ultimately Elements was just kind of stuck between 2 different players. Wasn't sure which way to push, because he knows that if he commits to the 1, the other player will almost certainly get that trade. Really well played there from Team 7, and not quite sure. Starting to fall apart here.
They really are. Maybe too much of a commitment there. That first map has left them in a position where they just don't have the stamina to pull this series back in turn. He's back in his shenanigans. He's not slowing down for a second.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I think that was a 2v4 clutch for Team 7, so well played there from Vandal and Sealy. Yeah, Vandal, of course, got 1 as well, now that I remember it. So it wasn't all Sealy, but overall, really, really good teamwork there, making sure they're able to get those the player count back, because they certainly had lost the first 2 players without much trades early on. Mind you, this is still the first round, so not quite sure. Still have a wait. No, they've still got room to maneuver, but if Team 7 continue being so relentless, getting these kills and stopping Not Quite Sure from making their executes work, I'm not sure there's much Not Quite Sure can do unless they really change the pace of these rounds. And that's the big thing here, pace.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been a big talking point in this competition. Pacing is such a key factor in how things tend to go. And right now, everything seems to have been paced down a little bit calmer. It does catch out Sealy in the knee there, but unfortunately it's only a bit of chip damage and misses opportunity to finish.
Yeah, Sealy's actually fallen all the way back. He's not sticking around in cash. And I mean, certainly it's worked well. They've just burnt out the time from Not Quite Sure, forced them to do all this clearing for pretty much no kills because they've already backed off. Elements, though, does find Vandal elsewhere. He's been really good on that flank watch, and once again, will catch Vandal unaware. Half of the round gone. They've taken cash control, but Team 7 have lost a player, so that's pretty good from Not Quite Sure in terms of timing, at least.
Well, as it stands, not the worst operator to lose. I mean, you still got those 2 nitros in play that can definitely have some real impact going into the later stages of the round. Turd as well, the aggressor that he is. He's going to go try and get that bandit trick off, of course. Playing through it, they've got the Logi wall open as well. So there's multiple angles now available to the side. They're not quite sure in terms of entry. Dirty to answer back in terms of the trade game. So it's not like Not Quite Sure getting this ground flawlessly. The flash, not enough. Sealy still tucked in to the secret stash right now. He goes to the swing, but unfortunately caught out by the pre-fire Hunter, though. Answers back for 2. Turns to there for a 3rd, and this push has been ground to an absolute halt. And it's President. He jumps on the drones, and Turdster is presented with the freest kill of his career.
Again, a little bit of a one-dimensional push. Sorry, there was presence from that gym area, but we didn't quite see how that ended up going. I think it was just Hunter pulled out the shotgun and that was it. So once, of course, that gym that wall pressure was gone. Not quite sure. So Team 7 were very free to rotate over to cut off these logistic plays. And of course, with Hunter on the shotgun as well, there wasn't really much Not Quite Sure could do. Sealy, did make a good attempt there, and that was a good pre-fire, a good read from Not Quite Sure to isolate him, but ultimately they weren't able to win that gunfight they needed to get that extra pressure coming in from Jim. I think that's kind of where it fell apart.
Yeah, indeed. Unfortunately, just, in those situations where those gunfights aren't going your way, especially with Hunter. Hunter is having a phenomenal series, but that's not even the bit that I'm most intrigued by. You look at it, Sealy, he's bringing something a little bit filthy here, Spud. The dock.
Well, Doc has seen a little bit of a buff in recent days, and especially with the bailiff now, he does bring a bit more utility that has seen him played more. Oh my goodness, President will be the one to fall. Oh no, it's the hard breacher as well. This is awful. Okay, they still have the squares from Bakers, and of course they might be able to push. Oh my. I was gonna say they might be able to push aggressively up rafters with that, but at least Third Star is dead, so there's something. But this is not going well.
No, not at all. In fact, about as far from well as you could possibly imagine. They do spot the Monty though. Impact down is going to take a bit of chip damage away from him. So they are desperately trying to contest where they possibly can. But there's just so much they need to clear out. And the Monty, the pressure Campo wants to go on a bullying campaign of his own to try and deal with it. But there's limited support. And so far, I have to say, Bakers is playing this about as well as he possibly can.
Yeah, given the situation he's in, he has done very, very well. Sealy does find Karma, almost gets a second for his Rafters trouble, but that is Rafters. That is the play they needed here to just brute force and take the site. Can't win a gunfight if it's a shield. And with that wall open as well, I was a bit concerned that they weren't able to get it open with President missing, but still, it's a tough road. It's 2v3. They still need to find some kills, but the careless peek here from Vandal could be it.
Could indeed. Sealy, I believe that's 4. Almost from him. I don't know if it is actually officially on for the ace, but he has been the one to at least finish all the kills so far. We'll see. Maybe he's the one that claims it. Because right now, he has the opportunity. Fakers is being pressured quite heavily. He's just going for the spam through the wall, none of which is connecting in any sort of meaningful way. Yeah, this is not ideal. This is brutal, in fact.
Oh. Okay, Hunter goes down. It's a 1v1, but Fakers might actually be able to win this. Sealy almost takes a headshot there. He's just gonna stay away. Sealy does fine. It is an ace. Look at that. So we're not sure if it's fully deserved, but hey, an ace is an ace.
I mean,
goes down.
He was absolutely dominating. Not quite sure there. So, Spud, that is the 10th round in a row now from Team 7.
I think it's safe to say that Not Quite Sure a little bit chalked here. I think... I don't want to use that word lightly. I don't use that word lightly, but I think it is a bit chalked here. I mean, coming off Theme Park, not having won a single round, and then 3 rounds into Clubhouse, the OCE staple, and you still haven't won a single round. And mind you, the mana as well will be a little bit tilting, considering they lost Thermite very, very early. They still managed to get the wall open. They got a lot of territory with Fakers playing that Monty. It looked like it could work, but it just at the last moment, it fell apart. Right. Got into a 1v1. It's winnable, even though you're a Monty, right? You get close enough, you might be able to get the melee off. Sealy gets an ace instead. You're now sitting at 0-3 after a perfect half from rotation from Team 7, and they show no signs of slowing down.
They do not. They do not at all. Bleak. Bleak indeed. Campo this time. Oh, no, there we go. Something had to give, and it would seem it's the game. No, okay. The reverse Uno card. We had a rehost called, and then a rehost uncalled. So we're going to carry on.
Well, we've seen 3 aces so far this game, 2 just on Chalet. But now Team 7 have answered back with their own map as well. And this round certainly is starting already in favor of Team 7. Karma taken off the board. He's usually the entry. It's be killed or find the kill. And this time he has gone down. With the Finker boost gone as well, that's going to be hurting the rest of the entries who unfortunately have just not been winning their gunfights.
No. Not at the moment.
Oh my goodness. Yikes.
Is not slowing down. What an absolute demon. That was ruthless.
Look at that. He's fallen back. There's no one on chains to cut him off. And now, not quite sure. Once again, committing time to clear Aroma that has already buggered off. Granted, this is a little bit faster than we saw last time. You know, they've still got half the round to work with. But again, the roam has just been so damaging and not quite sure. I just don't know where that drone work has gone. It used to be so efficient, but now, you know, Team 7 and Turnstile are just getting away with murder.
They are indeed. Oh dear. Right now, if you are not quite sure or a fan, mentally, you are in the bin. I don't know what, if anything, can be done at this stage to bring it back.
Yeah, they'll have to take this half at least 3-3 at least in order to have a chance. But it's not looking good. Once again, we're seeing the same pattern. 30 seconds remaining. They still need to go for the execute. They haven't droned out sight. And there's still 5 players alive, mind you, for Team 7. Smoke grenades coming into play now. Going to stop Fakers from dropping. They miss Sealy. Close boiler. And now he's going to he almost gets away with it too. Dirty does find an entry element as well. This rapid entry might be the play here. But Dirty is left all by himself. Hunter and Sealy still around. And that diffuser is all the way over there. Hunter will be the one to finish things off.
Spud.
And another round. Yeah, take another time out, guys. I'm not sure if it's going to
if we can... Yeah, there we go. What does that say on the screen? Top of Team 7's leaderboard for me right now?
1 and then which one? There's so many things to look at, right?
Sealy is currently sporting a 10 KD. He is 10-1. Half of those are from an ace, but even still, this is their 11th round in a row that they've won. He's died once so far here on Clubhouse. That's brutal.
I mean, just look through the entire scoreboard, okay? Team 7 are one map. They have one map, the same as not quite sure. There are 4 rounds up to nil for not quite sure. And as you mentioned, 10-1. I mean, Sealy was hiding right in blue, right next to that oil pit corridor. He was not droned out. I saw the drone go in there and I thought, oh no, this is going to be it. And indeed it was. Baker's dropped right into it. He had no idea what hit him. And Sealy still got away with it. He didn't die. I don't understand.
I don't even pretend to understand anymore. I'm washed. I don't get it. It's just absolutely stunning stuff. So, not quite sure. You gotta hope that tech pause has done something, because right now, this is potentially gonna be the quickest reverse sweep in history.
I guess we know. After all this is done and dusted, I guess we know which player is moving from sub to core. Sorry about that, Saber, but you know, should have had better internet.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Well, Turd is not done yet by any stretch of the imagination. He's still on the hunt. Out from that strip club entry. Campo as well. They're just... It's all sorts of Team 7 shenanigans right now.
Being very, very patient, still looking for a kill. I wonder if Sealy's going to die this time. Probably not, let's be honest.
Oh dear. It's going to be a close run thing, I think, towards that finish line. Especially if they're not quite sure. If they are not careful, they could be tucked in and put to sleep with a good, bedtime story.
Taking away from the cash side once again. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's why you make the rotates beforehand, Hunter. Does get punished for it, and I think that's the opening kill for the first time in a very long time. If I'm not quite sure. A much needed opening kill as well. Shutting down Hunter is so important, but again, it's all about the map control that comes with it. They still need to take cash. This time we do see a bit more commitment from Team 7 into holding on to that. Sealy though, first to challenge.
Well, they are definitely making some inroads into the building, and they've cleared out a lot of that pressure. Hopefully they can just keep that train rolling.
Wait, how did Sealy get away? That is my question.
How does Sealy do anything? It's just magic at the end of the day.
How did he make it all the way back to... This is ridiculous. They were holding that cash door. Surely they would have, called red or something, or, the Thermite would be watching it afterwards. But no, he's just managed to mosey on out. Karma at least does find a kill onto Vandal, and Sealy is downed. He does get picked up though, but... No. First death is still yet to come. Campo finds one onto Dirty. Sealy, on low health, once again gets away with murder. And now it's back to 3v3. What is going on?
Sealy finally having that KD cut in half. Whether or not it carries on that way, we'll have to see. Fake as the pistol out as the plant does go down. Campo in a situation where he's forced to clutch. He's going to find the first with the SMG-12. Almost lines up the spray under Prez through the soft wall. For the rotate now to come through. And Prez, he's all through logic. It is just ring around the rosy. I wonder who has the patience to win this one out. No, it's a long rotate, unfortunately, from Campo. Both of them a little bit lost here, but will be finally that trend being broken. Not quite sure. Yeah, Campo is as lost as he possibly could be. Buddy, where are you going there, Chief? But there you go. There you have it. Finally, after 11 straight rounds, not quite sure, buck the trend.
Plant and kill to start maybe the reverse comeback. Where did you go? That is a good question. Where did anyone go? They kind of just decided to go on and do their own thing. Yeah, look, well needed round though. From not quite sure, the tack timeout does seem to have paid off. But talking about ninjas, Sealy is a real ninja here. He got away from Cash and they got a kill for his troubles as well. So not quite sure, a little bit sloppy there, but they get the job done. They get the round, and it's a first of hopefully many, because Team 7 is still 4 rounds up here.
Yeah, oh dude, he's not done just yet. He's hunting these drones. This time being given the role of Dot, but I mean, it's a 4-1 start. This could be a 5-1 half.
Back to that CCTV cache site. So Team 7 will not be repeating the gym bedroom site, which is a little bit interesting. They do want to keep not quite sure guessing, at least for the most part.
Yeah, play into the mind games. Don't let them think too straight, because that would give them an opportunity back into things, of course. So far, though, it's a single round here on Clubhouse, which I don't really think you can read too heavily into.
Yeah, last time they played this side, of course, they brought the Monty, which actually worked out really well. This time they haven't done that, but they also haven't lost a thermite, off a spawn peak, so there's that. And they have gotten the wall open very, very quickly, 2 minutes 15, and they've got the main breach open. What they want to do with it is the next question. They could go for this back take. They're pushing through gym, bedroom. They've got Logi as well, so taking a lot of map control here as opposed to just directly taking those gunfights. There doesn't really seem to be much, contest all the way up to this con door.
Yeah, I mean, the good positioning to start off this 6th round, but Karma takes some big damage back. Luckily for Team 7, they do have the dock in place. Anyone that is going to be tagged will likely be healed up. I mean, what, the 200 boost now that he does have instead of the 40 that it was. Again, things slow just a little bit, but Campo, the only one to go down, is not the end of the world.
Fakis does catch Turnstile on the rotate, but Sealy is there to clean up. That was some good coordination there, and with that, that main breach is now free. It allows them to rotate over a lot more freely. Vandal does find one onto Karma now. It's a 3v3. Vandal on low health, though. I'm not sure. Doc dead. No heals available. But they're going to have trouble making it back to this site. That wall is completely open. They're going to be able to cut off the door. It's all up to that red stair rotate. Might be a bit too late for a flank as well, though not for a run out. He goes out all the way garage. Does tag up President a little bit, but still. 45 seconds now, and we're seeing the same pattern start to be repeated. A late execute usually goes in favor of Team 7.
Elements in, dead immediately, but Vandal will be traded back by Dirty. Prez there outside on the breach. Toxic canisters nil. Luckily, the stim came from Tez. The Cecilia's full health. In fact, both players of Team 7 are at full health, and Hunter with that shotgun tucked into a corner is going to be a dangerous entity.
15 seconds to go.
Right, not quite sure.
Give away Sealy's position a little bit. He will be forced to fall back. President and Dirty now making their way into sight, looking for the kills, and 2-1 apiece. They will finally bring another round for Team 7, if they're not quite sure.
Well, from 0 of the last 11 to 2 of the last 13, you take that a 4-2 half. Could be worse. Could be a lot worse given the trajectory that they were following up until this point, but now they head onto the defense and they need to do something with it.
Defense usually the favored side, but I don't know if it's enough. I mean, last time Team 7 able to take 6-0 on the favored side, and even then on their attack all they needed was just a single round. So could be, defender sided. Could also be that Team 7 are playing very, very well. Not quite sure though, have started what is going to be a very, very long road if they do make it that far. They've 2 rounds behind. And of course, after that whopping on Theme Park, they do need something to change up the pace. Taking out this back, without the next map going quickly to Team 7, then certainly they're still in for the competition.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Well, a little bit of trap play, but not quite sure, as the thought is picked up there by Prez. On the side of the attack, largely the basics that you would expect. Yarn there for Sealy, who is looking to keep the frag train rolling, trying to catch up to Hunter, who is, at the moment, it feels lagging behind somewhat. Could have been worse, though. We've seen some rougher score lines. Better than Sabre still.
Full clear coming out from Team 7 here, making sure there's no one upstairs who can do damage. And indeed, there will be someone upstairs. That Oryx can certainly threaten Team 7 as they go on to attack here. It's been a fairly long series so far. This is the 3rd map, of course, after a very, very long first map and a very, very short second map. But Team 7, despite taking the first 4 rounds, not quite sure, have managed to find their way slightly back. They've gotten 2 rounds in return now. Will they be able to find any more?
That's the one. Time is not bleeding, it seems, to Team 7. They've got half the round to work and now getting some good ground, and they just want to make sure that they get that full clear done. But you can see the extension from Not Quite Sure. They are looking to try and meet Team 7 at the door if possible, rather than facing them straight on the side.
Well, last time Team 7 went for that rush play, it didn't actually work out, but Team 7 know that they've got the advantage now of that momentum. Certainly, it could catch Not Quite Sure off guard. Proximity alarm does give away some of these positions. Karma now in a dangerous position, but it will be Elements first of all. Karma finds one, so does Baker's a second for him as well. His teammate may be down, but he is not. And suddenly, Team 7 back to a single player. Not Quite Sure catching up.
Big shots on from Vandal, who finds 3 in a flurry. And this is well within workable territory right now. He's just going to find 2 more. It would be the 4th ace of the series. And the 2nd ace for Team 7. 40 seconds remaining. He's got so many different angles to check now. One deep in Armory, one just tucked in that 90 corridor. Oh, there we go! On for the 4. It's him versus Dirty with 28 seconds. The swing! Oh. And Vandal wins it! The ace, the 1v5 clutch!
My goodness. Just when we thought Not Quite Sure had a chance, had a glimmer of hope, when we thought the mental had picked itself back up, it goes down the drain again. A 1v5 ace clutch for Vandal from Team 7. They now take that advantage back. 2 and 5 now. Whatever was happening for Not Quite Sure, I'm fairly certain now that has just ended.
In the bin. Back there once again. My God, the 4th ace of this grand finals. Who would have thought? That is absolutely insane.
Well, I don't want to be too harsh there. I'm not quite sure, but it did seem
that was a 1v5. That should never have happened.
That was, yeah, there's a little bit of shenanigans, a little bit of throwing going on. I mean, okay, the alibi stuck in blue, you have to take that fight. And I don't know how, honestly, I don't know how Vandal won that, because it felt like he did miss quite a lot of shots, and alibi should have won that. But then, as for those last 2 players over in the back of Arsenal, they kind of picked together, and then Vandal just had to hold mouse 1. And then it's a 2v1, and that's very, very doable. So yeah, that one's a little bit on you, Not Quite Sure, but certainly Team 7 played very well.
I'm going to hold my tongue, because there are some things that you could say about that situation justifiably after that round was played out. But as casters, we've got to be nice. We got to be nice to the boys. Karma dead. Campo finding the opener. And Spud, we are 2 rounds away from Team 7 taking the round lead in this grand finals.
Yeah, mind you, they were 1 map behind, and then they won a 7-0 to make it even, and then have just completely crushed Not Quite Sure's mental again with any hope from that tactical timeout. Faker's now, oh no, he actually gets away at that. That should not have happened, but it has. 30 goes down as well. What is going on? Elements and Fakers
in the bin. I'm sorry. I am not holding out a lot of hope for the comeback here, because it has just been significantly dismantled. The play from Team 7, they are just the team that wants it more.
Half of the round to go, and it's already a 2v4 with Not Quite Sure in the deficit there. Could have been a 1v4 there. Team 7 slightly let off the gas there and let Fakers get away with his life, but still, that's not going to be enough here. Team 7 still have a significant advantage. They have all the time in the world they need to just get that drone information, figure out where these players are, and then execute. As good as these 2 players are, as good as Bakers and Elements are, it's just a very, very difficult position to find yourself in, especially against a team like Team 7, who certainly are going to win a lot of their gunfights as well. Just look at Sealy, 12 and 4 on a 3.0 KD. Vandal is a 10 and 5 right now, 2.0 KD as well. I'm not quite sure we'll win this one out.
Uphill battle. is probably the nicer way of putting it. But yeah, look, odds are stacked, well and truly. I am not holding my breath for not quite sure at the minute, especially after a clutch of that caliber. And wow, look at it, Spud, just straight on into map point.
Look at that, he didn't even need to see him to know where he was. He's just that good. Certainly the drone information was all there. It has been something that not quite sure have been missing on their executes, and that has certainly been a factor of time. Whereas Team 7, they knew they had so much time to work with. They rotated over where they knew that weakness was, put in the drones, found out where those players were, and just sent it. Even though, you know, they took a significant amount of damage on that entry, ultimately you've got two players, you've got more than enough guns to win it out. Not quite sure now. Not quite sure if they're going to win this out. I did put my money on them, my metaphorical money, if you will. But Team 7 now 6-2 up. Turdstar feeling confident enough to go with the Grim.
I don't know if we'll see that one stuck out. I don't, again, much like the prospects of not quite sure winning this one, I think the prospects of a Grim sticking out probably a little bit on the lower side. He's proven me wrong so far. I'm just mind blown. They're not quite sure have been dealt such a significant blow.
Yeah, I mean, the siege we've seen come out from them has been so good in previous weeks. And, you know, we were talking last week, Proto and I, about their Kraken versus Not Quite Sure map in Oregon. It was almost textbook perfect siege coming out from Not Quite Sure. The coordination, the synergy, the strategy, it was so good. And yet, here we are, 2-6. They've just, you know, lost a 6-0, and I don't know what's going on. Oh,
well, Karma's found two, Turdster for one, Hunter for a second, as it is just all shotguns at the end of the day. In fact, the entire lineup of Team 7 looks to have been running shotguns, in fact. Hunter. But yeah, this is a 5 shotgun lineup from Team 7.
I mean, last week
they've already found 2, and the EMP's okay. Oh. Campo just in from the back window, well and truly monstered. Campo down is look, not the end of the world given it's an Armoru, but Hunter, the M1014 is a pretty potent weapon. Spots the player, almost flicks, but unfortunately, oh, he does big damage with the pistol though. Fakers also has the M870, and Hunter's in, unfortunately, on top of Dirty. Vandal with the pistol out, can't do it again, can't clutch up, and it is another round, not quite sure.
Yeah, I mean, last week, Kraken versus Not Quite Sure. Not Quite Sure did seem to stumble when Kraken brought out the shotgun, so Team 7 might be onto something here. Maybe too many shotguns, but, you know, 3 shotguns I think would have been the perfect mix and probably would have worked there. So I don't want to entirely credit Not Quite Sure for winning that round, because I feel like there was a little bit of trolling going on from Team 7. But hey, they started off really strong. It was a 3v3, had that proxy alarm on the window not being there. Amaru very certainly could have taken out the bandit, and then things would have been different with the wall being opened up and everything. So, no, a little bit too close for comfort, but Not Quite Sure we'll have to throw in something new. They are going to go for bar stage.
Hey, look, why not? What's the worst that could really happen in this situation? You got to make do with what you can, and I don't know if necessarily Team 7 will be anticipating a bar stock hold.
10 seconds remaining.
Or just the bar hold. It's no longer bar and stock, it's just bar.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Mind you, Not Quite Sure did actually, I think, was it Not Quite Sure or Team 7 who did this last week? Let me just double check, because we did see this. In fact, no, it was Not Quite Sure who went on bar stage last time, and it was a flawless defense on their part. So this could be the key ingredient here. I mean, Team 7 were able to fight back from a 3-6 deficit. Maybe it's time we saw that from Not Quite Sure, and then maybe the next round, you know, Not Quite Sure will take it 7-0. Maybe we might be seeing a repeat of history.
Oh boy. Campo is not wasting any time. Straight punch on in. Hyper accelerated. They are looking to be as aggressive as possible, understandably. They want to close this map out, and they don't want to give not quite sure any time to recoup. So this is a smart play from them. Whether or not it's the right play, we'll have to see. Because already Campo tagged dirty off the board. So they are striking a blow.
Yeah, they will be holding from the stock stage side, so the vertical presence as well in cash. It's going to force Team 7 to have to push across from that gym bedroom area. But Turdstar and the Diffuser have made it all the way to that pool table. Karma does find Hunter for his troubles. I'm not sure how much of the wall of sight has been opened up, but with these long angles here, they might not actually make it into sight here, and not sure his attackers know that.
Karma, does he get the info? Here's the plant going down. Shots are off by a hair. Unfortunately, it is going to allow the plant to go through. And he's so determined that he is hanging to the left, but no, wrong, and he pays with his life because of it. Oh, buddy, Karma is going to be kicking himself as Team 7 down to the 2 versus 2 are looking to close it out here. They might just be able to. Unfortunately, it's Campo to clutch up. His Elements claims a big life there. Spud, they're not out of it just yet, but they need to find Campo, who is waiting. Bottom finds the first, tucks in. He may have just wasted the time he needed to. Prez, he's going for the defuse. Prez falls, and Team 7 will take map 3.
I think by that point it was a little too late. He couldn't get off the diffuser, and with that, Team 7, 7-3. This is going really, really fast. Team 7 really speedrunning this at this point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think they're living up to their name. You know, 7 rounds is all they're gonna take. Also, you know, a little bit like the fictional Team 7. Naruto has finally powered up. Well, in this case, might be Sealy. I'm not sure who wants to take that title character. They're all vying for that title character. First was Hunter, now it's, you know, Sealy. 15-5 that round. Could have been more, I think.
Yeah, it was. I mean, look, it was big numbers. It really was. It was huge numbers, in fact. So I think right now, they Team 7 are sitting quite comfortable. At the end of the day, you know, they've taken themselves an advantage. In fact, now they sit on series point, which I mean, I think that's where. Oh, there you go. Look, we've got Team 7. That's not the answer that we wanted, though, to our tweet, but it is a tweet, so we'll take it. Team 7 is currently on top, but Spud, they need one more. And what do you reckon? With our map vetoes, do we see this done in 4, or we go in the full 5?
Well, I can see this going to 4. I mean, the next one, let me just double check. It has been such a long night. Next one will be Bank, and that was not quite sure's map pick. They did play this one before against Underground, so they've got that in their favor. But Bank favors a little bit more aggression. You do get time to kind of hang out outside a bit more, like Not Quite Sure have been doing. So maybe that will help them, but at this point, they're going to need everything they can because Team 7 have been on a roll.
They are indeed going to need everything they possibly can, and so are we. Going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we jump into map 4 to see if Team 7 can finally claim that crown here in LPL Pro. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you back soon.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
It took us a little while, but it seems that maybe, just maybe, Spud, the reverse sweep has been initiated here. Team 7 now find themselves up 2-1 as we head to Bank, with the series point firmly in their grasp after what has been a monstrous performance. Yes, they lost 8-6 map 1. They then come back map 2, 7-0 on Theme Park. And then I think, what was a 7-4 in our last map? 7-3. So even better. With 2 aces now for both teams coming into map 4. I mean, look, surely the momentum is all there for Team 7.
Yeah, there were a couple of moments from not quite sure there in that last game after losing 4 rounds on the attack. They were able to find 2 on that half, but unfortunately they were quickly shut down after that by a bit. You see right here, bit of trolling on their part, Vandal landing some nice lineups as well, winning a 1v5 ace clutch, and from there it kind of all fell apart from not quite sure. I mean, they did manage to get 1 round, but that was a bit of a freebie from Team 7, so it doesn't really count there. And Team 7 certainly have been playing very, very well, a well-deserved 2 maps already. They need a 3rd to close things out.
They do indeed, and as we head to our 4th map of the series, this could be the one for them to do it. Of course, we head to Bank, which historically has been a pretty decent map for the team. Spud, realistically, odds on, cards on the table, pink slips down. Do not quite sure, have the chance to bring it back here on Bank.
Look, it's just going to depend on how much they've improved on their Bank game since they last played it. They last played it in the very first week against Underground Gaming. There was a 7-5 victory, but mind you, 7-5 is still pretty close, and that was against Underground. Now you're going up against Team 7. You've got that, kind of the momentum is not in your favor anymore. If they have stepped up their Bank game, then certainly I still think they can take this next map, take it to a final. But if they hasn't improved at all since that first week, if they haven't been scrimming bank, then maybe Team 7 just walking right in might be the play here, and they could certainly take this away 3-1.
Well, we will have to see, of course. The prospects are looking a little bit rough, but not quite sure who. Definitely feel like they may have just done their dash in this series. May not be the case, of course. There is still the possibility that we see the reverse sweep ended and we go the full distance to Oregon, but momentum is definitely not in their corner.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken attack time at every single map without fail. And the last two maps, it just has not worked for them at all. Team 7, on the other hand, have not taken a break at all. They haven't taken any attack timeouts, and it's worked out perfectly fine for them. Question, of course, is in this break that we've just had between Clubhouse and now Bank, what sort of talking has been going on behind the scenes? For not quite sure. Because certainly something needs to change. Whatever they are doing has not worked. Over 2 maps, they've won a total of 3 rounds. So that's 14-3 in terms of round count. So yeah, they really need to step it up because this is their last opportunity. They lose this one and they go home second place. Team 7 take away the victory.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I'm going to be real. I don't have a heck of a lot of faith right now in not quite sure's ability to bring it back. But I'm here. I'm here for them to prove me wrong. If they want to do that, they kind of need to do it now because otherwise, you know, the season's done for them and they look a bit foolish. They look a bit silly. And, well, it's Team 7 who walk away the victors. So, look, they better bring it. They better bring it hard.
Yeah, look, as we've mentioned, we're kind of pitting this Team 7 and a group of friends who just rock up and play on the day versus not quite sure. They're looking to, you know, they have that high-tier experience as structured team. They've got that practice in. And then suddenly to be shown up by Team 7, as you mentioned, a little bit embarrassing, a little bit of egg on your face situation. So not quite sure, have quite a lot to prove here. Apart from just getting the dollars, the bragging rights, they want to prove that they are a team who can play at the highest level. They are a team who is ready for those big leagues, and Team 7 aren't going to be enough to stop them.
And as we head on into Bank, of course, this one of the newer maps in the pool, not the newest, it's 4th overall, newest map in the comp pool, obviously behind Skyscraper, Border and Theme Park, but Bank has definitely made its mark in the competition. You love to see it, you love what you can play. It has created a rather unique atmosphere in the comp environment, but I'm expecting, you know, the Nook fan to come through, which immediately it does.
Yeah, so much sneaking you can get through that garage area, up banana stairs, up main stairs even. So no surprises there, taking away the frag grenades and that FMG. Team 7 will, you know, continue the same trend. The OSA ban has been removed again. I'm starting to think this is a bit of a target ban, but you can't argue with the fact that it has worked out very, very well, especially on these last 2 maps. And Mirror as well. So they're sticking with the solids. That seems to be their kind of default band, but you can't argue with it. It's certainly given them the results.
Yeah, I think Osa is understandable. She's just dummy scary on this map with the Talon shield. So if you can remove that from play, all power to you. And the Azami as well. So 2 shield operators taken out of play almost immediately. And that is to be expected. Understandable. Just with what she enables, the last thing you ought to be doing is battling into it. So right now, we get on into the action. The Team 7 have the attack already. They're geared up for some aggression. Not quite sure, need to dig as deep as they've probably ever dug in this LPL competition if they want the chance to deny and take us to Oregon.
Protect your bombs from being used by attackers.
Yeah, apart from being challenged by Team 7 earlier on in the season on Chalet, they've gone by pretty much unscathed until now. This is the first time we've seen them actually fall in a significant fashion, and what a fashion as well. 7-0, we haven't seen that from any other team the entire season. That is, you know, the worst performance of any team this entire season, and it's in the grand finals of all places, so that is something to note. Having said that, they did kind of mount a little bit of a comeback on Clubhouse. They seem to have picked things up but then equally quickly shut down by Team 7 once again. Team 7 now certainly have the momentum in their favor, but can not quite sure push back against it and take it to a 5th map.
Well, there's the question. Heading down to the basement, we see your usual suspects making an appearance. The Echo, the Smoke, the Goyo as well. And oh, the Gara hook was committed there. Not quite sure where to. But the audio cue, I mean, look, it's quite a telling one. So they now know that there is an Armoru in play.
Yeah, straight into that top floor, being droned out by himself, and I assume some pre-place. They're going to be able to take this top floor very, very quickly, and they do need to do that as they are committing to this top floor roam clear. It's going to force all of Not Quite Sure to play on that defensive, on that kind of bunker hold, which does work very well, and they've got a lot of denial. In fact, they've got the Goyo canisters, they've got the Echo, they've got the Smoke. So Team 7 will have to rely on being able to get to the site very, very quickly in order to start burning out that utility, in order to get actual time to go for the plant.
There they will. But already, they are getting themselves to work, starting to open up some of these angles that they've been hunting for. Which, I mean, smart stuff. Top down clear, it makes a lot of sense. They aren't going to be wanting to waste any time. In all reality, they want to make this one as quick as possible. They want to get onto Oregon as soon as possible too. But how quickly they can do that is very much in the hands of Team 7.
Yeah, for now, it's just wait. That's all Not Quite Sure can do at this point. That is their strategy. They're going to have to rely on the time being burnt out by the attackers. Karma will find the first onto Celia, a nice pick onto Thatcher, but I think the damage has been done. Those hatches have been opened. One thing that will probably help with is making sure that Echo can't get shut down. So more denial in play here. Not quite sure.
Slow, but good positioning from Team 7 and the way that they can approach this site, of course. They've got a huge amount of ground available to them. So with the 30 seconds they have remaining, they're going to have to punch onto the site. Campo takes out one, and that's a big one as well. On top of it, unfortunately for them, Not Quite Sure answers back in a pretty significant way. And in fact, the biggest resistance that we've seen out of Not Quite Sure in a good while leaves it down to Vandal, who has clutched up from this position before, Spud.
15 seconds to go.
Yeah, not really sure there's much he can do at this point. He is pretty much stuck in the elevators here with the smoke grenades. Yeah, he's just going to sit this one out. And, you know, we saw that first minute very, very efficiently used by Team 7, but the mid-round was kind of where it fell apart. That, I think, is also part of Not Quite Sure. Playing very, very cautiously, very conservatively. They didn't over-peak. Kind of just waited on site. And then ultimately, all that denial came into play in the last 30 seconds. Team 7 really can't get into the site at that point. There's smoke grenades, there's fire, there's echo drones. It really was over by that 30-second mark. Even if you try to brute force it, it's very, very difficult. And with the trades coming out from Not Quite Sure, they are able to get that round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Not Quite Sure. Looking to start bank strong, which is probably for the best, in all honesty. They are going to need some strong starts, especially here on bank, and then obviously in Oregon, if they're able to tank bank. But you look at it, the Maestro, the Valkyrie, the Aruni, there's so much information potential on the side of the defense.
Well, for Team 7, the name of the game will be to speed things up a little bit. They do have a slightly easier site here on that middle floor, so it's not as much of a bunker down and hold option here. But again, it does seem to be a problem that has faced Team 7, sorry, Not Quite Sure before, running out of time at that last second they execute. And Team 7 have run into the same thing as well just then. The question, of course, is how much more are we going to see that occur? Because Team 7 really haven't played that many attacking rounds, given that, you know, the last two maps have been fairly quickly over. But now they really have to get at least 6 rounds. Well, sorry, they have to get through 6 rounds of attack. Question is how much they can get away from it.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, it was always going to be a bit of a rough one, but staff open area as well. It's one of those make or break sites on bank. Either your attack is quite clean, you get the plant down, and then the retake is quite hard, or you just find your way. You find it impossible to actually break on into it. So we'll see who's prepped this position just that little bit better. Not quite sure though. I mean, the mental resilience is truly impressive.
Yeah, they've certainly been able to continue the fight here, and they put up a good one as well on that last round. They had the patience to hold their positions when needed. Campo does find Karma, and Karma again, a big player here. Losing him will certainly hurt. Not quite sure. With no trade coming up, no C4s flying back. Team 7, free reign on this vertical.
Yeah, Van will go into town with the butt, opening up so many lines of sight. They don't really have much they can contest with just the one hand Nitro in the hands of Elements right now, and even then he's being threatened so heavily that he can't quite put it to use. There's just too much that has slipped from the grasp. I'm not quite sure they're going to win this one on gunfights, I think, more than anything. Heading into that final minute though, 5 players alive for Team 7 is good ground for them to be playing from.
Yeah, still working that vertical turret site is going to be above to add that extra pressure. And certainly that pressure is going to be, I think, what makes or breaks this attack. They've already, those bandit charges have kept that wall safe until now, but with the frag grenade opening it up, now we see that Alder, we see the Maestro in a very, very difficult position. He does swing out, does get taken down by Hunter. It's 4v2 now, 20 seconds, 1 player remaining. It's all up to Dirty. He makes his way back to site to find everyone dead. This is a bit of an awkward moment. Will he be able to find any? There's 1 player behind him who does get the kill. Third star with the drop shot as well. That's a little bit rude.
I mean, look, there's that new title that dropped not too long ago that includes a lot of drop shotting, and I am guilty of it as well, so I can understand maybe why Turdster is playing that way. Maybe just taking some inspiration from elsewhere. But CEO and exec up next as we tie up the scores going into the third. Not quite sure, not able to establish as much of a lead as I think they would have liked.
Yeah, that second round was certainly much more in favor of Team 7. They were driving the momentum the entire time. And although, yes, on that first round, you could argue that Team 7 were the ones who were dictating the pacing of that engagement, on a site like Basement, you can allow the attack to do that when you are the defense. Not so much, on that middle 4 site, on the staff open area site, where you do need to be contesting the vertical areas. I think that was where it fell apart. Team 7 were able to take control of the vertical, and they might not have gotten too many picks from it, but certainly restricting the movement of not quite sure players to allow the execute to know where they are. I think that's where Team 7 did very, very well.
Yeah, much of the same opinion there. But look, this is very much going to be a bit of a dash for the finish line, I think. Team 7 will want to close this one out as much as possible. The last thing they want is to draw this to Oregon and have a very, very long night. But unfortunately, not quite sure have to battle through that. They have to have the full 5 mappers if they want this out.
Yeah, with the length of the game going on here, teams are certain to start to make mistakes. I know I'm starting to say things that I'm not quite sure of what I'm saying, but so far these teams have been fairly consistent at least. It's going to be a matter of who blinks first. So far, not quite sure I've been playing perhaps with their eyes closed, if I want to extend that analogy, but they've certainly started things back up. Campo, though, already finding one onto not quite sure. Not a good start.
Yeah, I mean, look, in all honesty, still could be worse. Could have lost Fakers, who is just being tagged up, so you make do with what you got. Campo will be finished off. Fakers does win that gunfight ultimately. So we'll just keep moving forward.
That janitor corridor position being cleared out now with that wall being open. That does allow Hunter to start working this main wall as well. It gives stock entry as well. A lot of control gained off that one wall being open. Now with a minute still to go to start working this entry. 1 C4 is what might deny from below. They do have 3 smoke canisters. If Fakers dies, then not quite sure's defense will start to be in trouble.
Definitely. Oh dear. Okay. Goated observer, fix the issue. Definitely deserves a pay rise, but 3 versus 3 heading to the final 30. Make that a 3 versus 2 as Fakers goes big, but 2 more back for Vandal. Leaves it in the hands of Dirty. Hunter is on that plant currently. And we'll have to try and provide that Overwatch. Vandal picks it up, relocates down to the 1 versus 1 off the back of a successful Nitro play. And Spud, the time is not at all there. Dirty gun out, but look at that, Vandal just snaking himself away. That could have been huge, but unfortunately it's a missed opportunity ultimately, but not quite sure.
The timing there is gone, but the shot is there. Vandal gets taken down. Nice pre-fire there from Dirty, and he will be able to save that round from the skin of his teeth, but a little closer than I think they would have hoped. Certainly a lesson for them perhaps, but one that they will certainly take with them as they go on to next round 2 and 1 up.
A big win there for Not Quite Sure, and they're not the only ones, Spud, that could be winning tonight, of course. If chat wants to get involved, tweet at us at LPL_R6S with the hashtag LPL Pro, all one word, all caps, to tell us who you think is going to have the most kills by the end of the evening. After map 1, we were sure it was Hunter. After map 2, we were still pretty sure it was Hunter. But you could be winning yourself a lovely R6 gift pack, the chibi, a lanyard, patch, R6 credits, the whole 9 yards. So you don't want to miss out on that one. Like Not Quite Sure, don't want to miss out on this this grand finals, which they very nearly did.
Back to the basement now. Of course, this was Not Quite Sure's first site of choice, and one that served them, very, very well. They forced Team 7 into last second execute, where they just kind of walked into all the denial that had been set up. It looks like they will be repeating much the same strategy. No Echo this time though, the Goyo and Smoke to make their return. So this time Team 7 will have learnt their lesson. They do need to speed things up, because that was the killer last time. They ran out of time, and of course that let all the denial really come into play.
Well, yeah, the denial is the key factor of the defense. It's such a brutal time to get through, and that's, I think, why Sealy has adjusted, of course, with the Twitch in play this time around. But Turd goes toe-to-toe with the other MK14 on the battlefield, and unfortunately his isn't quite as effective as his opponent's.
That's a great first pick from Karma, and again, both these teams seem to be more than willing to send solo players to take gunfights without chance of trades, which, you know, sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't. It is really heavily reliant on winning your gunfights, and it's something both these teams are more than happy to do, given that they both have very, very good mechanically skilled players here.
Ooh. The explosions ringing out across Bang as they start to get these hatches underway. No downtime whatsoever as they are looking to make a concerted effort to try and get another round under the belt here for Team 7. You got to respect it. Oh, the Twitch. Clearing out the utility. That's 2 of the Vulcan packs gone. That is big efficiency from Sealy.
That was much needed utility clear there, because that is pretty much one of the big factors in stopping Team 7 from winning their round last time, of course, came down to the smoke and the Goyo canisters. So now they just have to deal with the smoke. There's 3 of them in play. No more Vandal, though. 3 players remaining as well for Team 7. If they can stop this smoke from being able to impact the round by cutting him off, all they need to do is shoot the C4. Still, a lot of moving parts that need to work, but significantly easier now that the wall is open and Goyo's not in play.
Indeed, and big shots on. Never mind, Karma is just better. Absolutely cleans Sealy's clock there. And with that, the round likely to go the way, I'm not quite sure. We'll pick up Hunter. So right now, it is a 2 versus 4, which we've seen the comeback from. Hunter, though, just snakes his way through. Element's taking some big damage there as well. Unfortunately, Hunter falls as he stands up. An ill-advised play, unfortunately. And from there, it is just a quick mop-up.
They started off that mid-round strong. They did clear those Vulcan canisters, but unfortunately still too much denial to work with. Also because, Karma was still in play. And we said it a couple of times. You got to kill Karma to make sure you have a chance. They didn't do that, and that is why that fell apart. I think there's not much more to say about it. Well done, though, I think, from Team 7 starting to adapt into how not quite sure are defending, but ultimately not quite sure had a lot of layers to that defense. They had the fallback on the smoke, they had the fallback with the angles and the C4 being held there. So really not much they could do at that point, and not quite sure put themselves up 2 rounds.
Yeah, they're going to be sitting happy at the moment, I think. Oh dear. Not quite sure. Push into Oregon. They desperately want it. They want the championship. They want all the accolades that go along with it. Unfortunately, they've got to win this map plus the next to do it.
5 seconds to go.
A long road ahead, but they certainly found a good start to it already. They are 2 rounds up on the defense, which is usually considered a little bit more challenging on Bank. Having said that, though, I wouldn't count Team 7 out entirely yet. 2 rounds is, at the end of the day, not that much.
Well, not quite sure getting the utility ready, but Vandal not wasting any time. Knows full well that not quite sure aren't quite as prepped as they would have liked, so gonna get in and start pressuring, and Sealy covering the angle, drops Karma. And drops him hard. Now, you talked about it. If Karma's gone, possibilities are endless.
Yeah, really good pinch there, opening up that angle from the stock window. Karma had no idea what hit him. He was looking the completely wrong way. And again, a little bit of aggression coming out here from not quite sure did get punished. Mind you, it wasn't exactly a bad peek, but once again, no refrag. Karma just kind of doing his own thing. Means that Team 7 are now, not quite sure, are now down another player without much recourse. Again, the vertical is going to come into play. Last time it did so much damage. I think it will again this time.
Yeah, most likely. But again, that mid-round does slow a little, as both teams aren't willing to get to the all-out brawl. They just want to slowly pace it up towards that execute. And that's fine. That's totally fine and acceptable. The last thing you want is to go for that full court press, just get absolutely minced and lose the round.
Dirty, though, on the flank could do a bit of damage. President as well coming up these main stairs. How good is this flank watch, given that Team 7 are quite preoccupied with the vertical and they have all 5 players still alive? Silly does find elements, though. President tries to go for the flank, unfortunately is not able to find that kill. Forced to go back. He can go through the rest of those blue stairs, which of course impacts onto triple. Campo, though, will be the one to find another kill. It's 2 players remaining. He's got the cover. Looks the wrong way, though. He does get taken down. Position given away. Dirty finds one as well, but this is still not looking good.
Hunter repositioned successfully. Turds, though, is the one on for the pinch. Prez gets caught mid-jump. Vandal as well going to be taken out, but A 1 versus 2, with the one being very, very well known. And well, the swing unsuccessful. Dirty taken out by Hunter.
Once again, the vertical presence was too much for Not Quite Sure to overcome. They did manage some late flanks off the back of a missed drone from Sealy, who wasn't ready for Dirty to be hanging out in that tellers in that lobby area. And of course, President finally got it right. Did attempt that flank up blue as well, but information was there, he did get traded out. So although they did go for a flank, ultimately it wasn't enough. The information being relayed by Team 7 was too good, and at that point they already had a very, very solid position.
Oh boy. 3-2, 1 round remaining in the half as we head up to CEO. Last time, Not Quite Sure, able to do a decent job of denying that push just a little bit. You look at the denial, and on top of that, of course, Castle and the Aruni paired with the Wamai and the Kaid. And it did come down to that chasing game that Dirty was able to win last time. This time, I think Team 7 are going to go for a slightly smarter approach.
Mind you, that was still a 1v1 at the end of the day, so still eminently winnable by either team. So Team 7 could choose to go for a similar strategy given that their last one worked very well. However, I expect both of these teams to be able to adapt. Not Quite Sure certainly will be starting to read into the the offense that Team 7 are bringing. And Team 7 won't be too eager to play into the same mistakes as well. I think they'll send someone downstairs to make sure there's no one, yeah, indeed, no one playing that C4.
And turn on cover with the drone as well. Team 7 are playing this one very, very smart. Not wanting to let this opportunity slip, of course. And well, they're just looking to burn this utility as much as possible. Clear the player out in that shield in the hallway. Just outside of Janitor. And where the Selma's going out, they've done just that.
That Janitor corridor frees up a lot more options. You can actually make your way into stock now. You've got Square that you can start working as well. Sealy does take good advantage. That drops Karma. Once again, the opening pick. And the same player as well. Sealy 3 and 4 at the moment. Janitor might still contain a player who could potentially swing out here, but it's not looking good. They've got that angle onto the Janitor position as well from stock. I think they've got this well and truly locked down. They can start working that main wall.
Oh, well. Losing Karma early doesn't seem to have affected Not Quite Sure too significantly. They lose Dirty, though, and he was the one able to clutch up last time. That one might be a bit of a problem. So we'll have to see Campo making it worse. It's all coming apart. The hold off is there. But it's Fakers left alone, unfortunately, in the 1 versus 3 as the smoke. He's got 2 remaining. There we go, 1 versus 2. Hunter on the plant. So this is much closer than I think Team 7 wanted it to be. It's not, though, quite close enough for the round win to come out. And Team 7 equalised the half.
I almost thought he got him on the fadeaway jumping out the window. That would have been pretty cool, but Team 7 nevertheless do take another round on the attack and even things out. Not quite sure. 3 rounds up against Team 7's 1. This was their real opportunity to pull away with the score. But now that Team 7 have caught back up, I'm not quite sure in fact, will be able to take this. Team 7 on the defense here could be what seals their fate.
Indeed it could. But we head to the basement once again. Both halves starting off this way. Largely the same defensive lineup that we saw. Adam not quite sure, but the big, obviously, gap being that there is no Goyo this time around.
We do see teams play a kind of a top floor hold, move their way down on this basement site. So the question is, of course, whether whether Team 7 will commit to that or if they're just going to play a very static base anchor style of play as well. They've got the Echo to make things work. They've got the Smoke, it's stock standard, but the Valkyrie might be able to provide a little bit of information early on. The President will be hoping to cut off these roamers with that line.
Well, Sealing the first to fall. That line already going to work, and it seems like it might just be a straight rush in through that basement. President making a lot of noise upstairs. Fakers though, I think that may have just been Hunter there, absolutely pumped away. They've been forced off the dirt rush.
Well, it is Karma indeed, pushing from the garage, looking to make a rush of his own. He does shut down Vandal, a little bit of an ill-timed swing, and that's 2 players already down from Team 7. Turtsa, however, will find Fakers. Hunter falls back and decides better of his choices. Looking for that drone, but Turtsa is still upstairs now. He could do some real damage, does get shot through the wall, and I think he's going to die right here.
Dirty relocating around with the cover of the EE1D, and they do just that there, Spud. Hunter, though, he's not done being a terror down in the basement. Him and Campo a little bit separated. The drone will give away his position, but also gives away that there is some intent coming from the basement as well. But so far, I mean, look, there's 90 seconds to play with. There is every opportunity for Team 7 to isolate some of these gunfights.
Yeah, Campo's holding those main stairs to make sure no one pushes down, but if they took blue right now, they could certainly get a free shot here. Plenty of time as well to go for those drones, so the question is how much they have remaining. I think two drones remaining, so really not much information to work with here.
But they are in with a shot to get onto the site as they are down towards servers. But you look at it, the different split there. Hunter with the toxic canisters trying to throw them deep across the sites, across that red hallway. Another stim to come through, player in and above. Hunter, unfortunately, falls to calm Orwan Garage, and it's on to Campo to clutch up the 1 versus 4. If he can isolate these gunfights, I'm sure he spotted the barrel, but no, Karma able to do it, just backs himself in the one-on-one.
Yeah, with the LMG in play and Karma, of course, leading the charge, it's quite difficult to win a gunfight like that. Not quite sure put themselves up another round, a much needed round, because, Team 7 just managed to catch back up. They need to put some distance between themselves in order to make sure they can take it all the way to the 5th map. If they let Team 7 catch up now, even going into overtime, things get really dicey, and Team 7 have shown they are more than happy to take that away from Not Quite Sure.
Indeed. But it's on, again, it's only the single round. It's off the transition of the half, which can be a bit dicey for some teams at the best. So it's about sustained success. Whether or not they can find that, well, we'll have to wait and see.
Back to the basement they go, usually considered the strongest of the sites. I think that last round perhaps was an anomaly. Usually we do see a much stronger defense being put up here. Hunter, once again, his usual shenanigans hanging out in server. Wonder if there'll be any ADSs there to protect his shield as well, because of course that server position a very, very strong position. Not quite sure as well for the most part, doing the same thing. Top floor down. No lion this time. I'm surprised because it worked very, very well.
Indeed. Well, this info game is going to be big for Dirty. If he can feed that through, it's going to be huge, but... well, whether or not it's possible, he's on the hunt with the kills, though.
Sweeping for electronics.
Looking for a little bit more information. I don't know that this top floor has been completely cleared out, but for now, Elements is on the job. He's holding those main stairs. So 1 minute to clear out the top floor, that's pretty good. That gives them 2 minutes to start working these middle two floors, and of course with that vertical they can play from the hatches and from office. It's usually much easier clearing out that middle floor, which does give them quite amount of time to start pressuring the site itself.
Top blue stairs, a big hole, the shotgun in the hands of Hunter, has the shield as well, I would imagine. Utility dump coverage, Toxic Canis is there as well. Karma's just gonna straight final flashes himself. Elements to die, Karma backing off. So it is an absolute mess. Not quite working out the way they'd want. There's still the player. That being Turd stuck in behind the service stack. Oh no. They will clear the shield at least, but do they have what's needed to clear the player out? There's no frag grenades. Now still trying to burn this player, top blue. Toxic Canis is Karma. They're going to swing in. Fakers goes down. Goodness. Karma, he's in a horrendous spot as Turds just swings onto him. And Spud, we're looking to even up the score once again.
This blue stairs has been the bane of many player, and it will continue to do so. Hunter was able to hold that on for dear life, even though Karma juiced himself all the way back up with those finger boosts. It wasn't enough. Certainly the information would have been there as well. Dirty will fall. It's a flawless round to clean things back up. Make sure that Not Quite Sure can't run away too far, and what a way to do it as well, saying, hey, we're all here, where are you?
Indeed. It's well, it's a rough spot to be in for Not Quite Sure, knowing full well that they don't have the advantage in the situation, and they are in fact down around, and they are being hounded constantly by Team 7. I do not envy them at all.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, really like how Hunter and Turdstar played together there in the server and blue area. There was pressure coming from the hatch, even from below as well. It's usually, you know, not such a great position to be peeking as a defender from below, but Turdstar made the most of it. I believe he got 2 for his troubles as well. So really well done there from Team 7, able to bring it back, and Not Quite Sure starting to feel the pressure.
Sen's there for Prez at the moment. We might actually get to see it.
5 seconds to go.
Possibly. But I don't know how effective it is going to be.
Yeah, it could be interesting cutting off some of these long corridors, especially that stock janitor corridor. Might be able to, if you get control of stock, perhaps, you might be able to throw it halfway through site. Maybe even from the north windows, you might be able to throw it down the middle of site and cut off half of the site. So that could be a possibility. I'm interested to see how President will make it work. He is the IGL, of course, and he's leading this charge. He's making the calls. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. They've got to deal with the Saria gates as well. Castle barricades. There is a lot to push through. But right now, both teams in an evil spot. It's wild.
Camper gets taken down, but he will be able to get away. It's that rappel on the east windows. Turdstar as well takes a lot of damage, but he's actually... Oh no! It's a little bit greedy Dirty there to save his teammate. Campo will get picked up as well though.
Team 7 in a rough spot. Their aggression coming back to bite them a little bit. So... I mean, these 90 seconds again, we've seen it throughout this grand finals already. Players being able to isolate gunfights and turn it into success. If they can keep doing that, there is a lot that is possible here.
Hunter will find Karma to start things off. Elements, however, quickly finishes off Campo Fez after that early damage. Hunter won't be able to get away with it this time, or will he? Vandal does save his life, and here we go. The Sense Barrier comes in, cuts the site in half. Not quite able to get that shot, and will be Elements to clean things up. Present with the diffuser now, and it seems to have worked out fairly well.
Attackers activating diffuser.
They will hold at the Nitro from Hunter. Not going to find much of anything, unfortunately. Despite a phenomenal start to the series for him, he's fallen off a little. But he's going, looking to go deep. Unfortunately, not accounting for the fact that Dirty is out in the balcony.
Really did him dirty there, shot him in the back, but hey, you take those gunfights, you win those. Not quite sure, put themselves up another round, 5-4. They're one away from match point. If they can take this, then certainly Team 7 will be starting to feel the pressure after going 2 maps, going huge, 7-0, 7-3, then for Not Quite Sure to sweep that ball back is a bit of a shame. Team 7 though, again, only a single round behind, so they can still catch up here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think if Not Quite Sure can get themselves onto that map point, they likely close it out, but possibility of that is going to be a brutal one against a team like Team 7. They are, again, they're a team that thrives off momentum, and they've been able to find a decent amount of it so far this series.
And the experience is going to be coming in clutch for both these teams. After playing such a long series, they're going to need that consistency to be able to maintain calm and continue the fight. And both teams have shown up on this map. No more mistakes from Not Quite Sure. They've done very, very well for themselves. 5 rounds up compared to Team 7's 4. So both these teams showing that they still have a lot of fight left in them.
Not going quietly is the ideal situation. The last thing you want is to bow out, but you look at the utility that's being brought. Not Quite Sure have the ability to clear out a lot of Team 7 setup, as well as those information gathering tools as well. Prez on the parkour already. I would imagine maybe he spent a bit of time playing with Dev Marta, who's well known for his drone parkour.
Great spot there, allowing that canto wall to be opened up and that long angle to be held on that corridor. Usually we do see someone playing at the back of that corridor with the stock shield, but if they're able to open up that wall, then that plan all falls apart. So very, very crucial, I think, Twitch drone there.
A lot of tension in the server at the moment, I imagine. You can see that despite some hot starts, a lot of these hot players have fallen off just a little bit. The only one that hasn't really is Turdster since his introduction to the matchup. He's been looking good so far. But oh, there you go. First gunfight goes the way of Not Quite Sure.
Elements taken down low, Hunter from above to finish things off. A much needed refrag there. Sealy, of course, on the wall. Probably not the greatest, not the best loss there, but it is what it is. You take what you work with. Yana as well, though, those 2 frag grenades gone, and that little bit of extra intel is definitely going to help. And we have seen Not Quite Sure on the attack struggle at the end without that information. Not going to struggle with that shot, though. Campo finds himself cleaned up. 3 players to Not Quite Sure's 4.
I'm reloading. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
4 versus 3 with 36 or 34 seconds now remaining. Prez makes it the 4 versus 2. Hunter and Turds, the 2 standout players for this roster, to hold fast. And they do it. And Turd, he's been spotted. Shots are on. Prez on the plant. The smoke to cover. Turd gets elevated up on the desk. Hunter for 1, but it's traded out, and so is Turd. And Not Quite Sure will move on to map point, Spud. They want 1 more, and they take us to Oregon.
Well, it's been a long time coming. We haven't seen them on a match point for quite a while, but they've made it. 4-6 is the score line, currently sitting 2 rounds ahead of Team 7. If Not Quite Sure take this, of course, we go to map number 5, Oregon, where it is fair game for anyone. It is neutral ground, and we start again from 0 all. Team 7, though, 2 rounds behind Not Quite Sure is really not that much. If they can take at least 1 round here, then the pressure is going to be on to Not Quite Sure. Once they take that onto overtime, then again, we do a bit of a reset. Of course, anything could happen there. We could see Team 7 clean this up 7-1, 3-1 with that reverse sweep. Or we could see, not quite sure, take it all the way to map 5.
I mean, that's a... Possibly.
10 seconds remaining.
Could be going to Oregon in a matter of minutes here. I think maybe, just maybe, not quite sure, looking to try and get in the heads of Team 7.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
New feed active.
What do you mean you've got ranked after this? This is ranked, isn't it?
I mean...
Team 7 certainly have been treating it like such, and we can argue with them. It's worked out pretty well, a 7-0 and a 7-3, but not quite sure its preparation here on Bank does seem to be giving them the upper hand. Question is, how will that preparation play out on Oregon, especially a map that everyone already knows?
Not quite sure. I mean, the biggest problem here is they need to avoid getting ahead of themselves.
A bomb has been located.
The last thing you want to be doing is just full sending into the building, dying and losing out, because that could be a problem in and of itself.
Attackers have located a bomb.
But so far, it is that slow and steady approach from not quite sure that could give them that foot in the door.
Does mean they don't risk any unnecessary kills, but it does mean that they play once again into what has been a bit of a weakness. They haven't been able to execute significantly fast enough. Granted, they do have 2 minutes now to work with. They do need to bait out some of this utility first, and Hunter is not falling for it. He's holding steady. He's not going for that. It's been very, very good discipline here. And with the pre-placed gas canister, he's ready to go at a moment's notice.
It really is. I mean, there's a lot of utility holding off this blue push. But, I mean, the fact that Flores hasn't been thought of so far is mildly interesting. I would have thought that there would have been a lot achievable off of the Flores. And there we go. We start to hear the explosions coming out. Hunter still, though, he's not done. He's got the toxic canisters. He's still holding fast. Hunter's been forced out. This is where things get a bit dicey. Turd to try and support. Hunter's still there, tucked in. Toxic canisters, one remaining with 50 seconds in play. Means that he won't have one to cover the plant attempt. You can see, not quite sure it made the call to relocate.
I think that's a good move there. Play into the weakness. Hunter is going to be so focused on that blue stairs that this might be their opportunity. They know that turd start as well is over on this other side, but Campo is starting to make the rotate. Sealy has got this blue main stairs cross-held, and with the drones giving away some information, perhaps this isn't as good a plan as they thought. Karma also making his way up garage, but if he falls here, then that pinch through the middle of the site will be gone. Has to remember to bring out his gun. You don't want to have the gun 6 out. Vandal will open things up onto Fakers, and this is starting to fall apart.
10 seconds, the force. Vandal loses that gunfight against Karma. They've got to get themselves into the site. They've got to win everything here, but Sealy on the job, holds fast for 2. They just absolutely botch it.
Operators, you are out of time.
And Team 7 walk away with the round and will force it to maximum regulation.
Once again, time was the 6th player there for Team 7, and it worked out very, very well. Even with that rotate over, they did take a little bit of time to get there. The drones gave away the game, and then Sealy was still in position to hold that cross. Along with Campo, you just saw Karma was just... He was looking 3 different directions, but no matter how good you are, even if you Karma, you can't shoot 3 different things at the same time. Crossfires worked out in favor of Team 7, and they put themselves just a single round behind Not Quite Sure. They need to take this one in order to take this to overtime, make sure they have a chance at closing this out 3-1. But look, Not Quite Sure, they have been doing pretty well. Good footing here, 6 and 5. They've got this last round to play with here, but it's going to be a close one.
It most definitely is. It always was going to be, I think, at the end of the day. So we'll have to see just how well they can hold off, of course. There is so much that can go wrong here, but as we get into the round, Not Quite Sure want to hold fast. The last thing they want is overtime.
staff and open area is the site that Team 7 have chosen for their defense. Looking at this historically, well, they really haven't done so well on the defense overall anyway, so I'm not sure we can read too much into it, but they actually haven't chosen to go this site yet, so we don't really have any information. This could either work really, really well for Team 7, or it could fall apart for Team 7. To make or break a moment here, it's very, very crucial. Along with the match, of course, there is the concept of momentum, that mental pressure. If Team 7 are able to take this, it will be yet another blow to Not Quite Sure's mental. Being 2 rounds up and then dropping it once again, certainly going to hurt. That's going to hurt too, though. Dirty finds third star. It's a good opening pick, and with that, I think that top floor control has been pretty much ceded. Sealy will try to challenge it with the C4, but there's no direct contest here, and that's going to give them a lot of options to play vertical.
Yeah. I mean, look, it could be worse. It could have been one of those operators rocking the nitro cells, and Alibi Utility's already down, so it's sort of a one and done deal. Oh, Sealy, though, pops the wall, gets the info, will be dropped himself. So a 4 versus 3 effectively with no real way to get Sealy back up means that Team 7 are not in the greatest of spots. Karma luckily getting that nano boost off before he fell. So right now, okay, Camber relocating some utility. Team 7, I mean, they've got the opportunity. They've got the skill needed to clutch this one up. But do they have the numbers to be able to do it?
Oh, Sealy's actually made it back up. It's a 4v4, but the health bars certainly are in favor of Not Quite Sure. Heading into the last minute now, and we're starting to see time tick down. This next 30 seconds will be crucial. If Not Quite Sure can find another pick, get some utility off the board and set themselves up, there we go. There's the pick. This is now firmly in Not Quite Sure's favor, but they got to make sure they act on it fast before Team 7 can regroup. You don't want to leave it to the last 30 seconds, as you always do, but at least they've got more of a player advantage here.
Shots ringing out around the 45 seconds in which to make it happen. They're primed and ready just outside the bomb site. Looking to clear that utility. Prez drops Hunter. 3 versus 4. As they were able to get Sealy back into play. Oh, what a shot from Cambo. The one tap. Now down to 25 seconds. 2 versus 3. Make that a 1 versus 2. Sealy, no health to do it though. And Spud, we are going the distance. A full 5 mapper here in the LPL Pro Grand Finals.
Well, a little too close for comfort, but still a victory nevertheless. And if you're not quite sure, you take those 7 and 5. It was a long road, but they've made it all the way there. After 2, well, lackluster maps, they have finally taken things up another level. 7 and 5, Karma on 10. In fact, I saw 3 players on 10. Not the 20 bomb we were hoping for, but at this point, you just want to get over the line, and certainly they are getting close to that line.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be interesting. We have to do some minor calculations. Remember, there's still that giveaway to go. If you can tell us who you think, 1 map to go, who will have the most kills by the end of it. Now, in saying that, we will be evaluating your tweets, of course. If we calculate the time, if you are putting in your answer as the map ends on stream, disqualified. So it has to be before the second half of this map. So make sure you get your tweets in like you just saw on your screen. But right now, we're going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we head to Oregon to close out the season, the very, very last map of Season 2. We'll see you then.
Whānau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
We are going the full distance here, Spud, in the grand final for the Rocket LPL Pro Rainbow Six Season 2. It's been a long road. We've had the min and max of what you could expect in a competitive Siege environment. We've had the 8-6, we've had the 7-0, we've had the 7-3, we've had the 7-5 across the board, across multiple maps. I mean, Chalet, Theme Park, Clubhouse, Bank, now to Oregon. We go back to basics. What do you reckon? What are the odds that, well, either of these teams can walk away with a victory here?
Look, at this point, it goes back to, 0-0. Everything is reset. You are back on fresh ground. You are back on neutral territory on Oregon. So really, it's anyone's game, as we've said. Team 7 do have, I'm going to say, the Kraken 2.0, and everyone knows how good Kraken are at Oregon. But not quite sure, certainly will have changed that momentum they had lost previously. I mean, they were 2-1 down after two fairly shocking maps, and they were able to win back-to-back. So now Team 7 are going to be feeling the pinch there, having lost their advantage. Still anyone's game though, and just based on the round count so far, Team 7 are on top of things.
Yeah, they are so far finding the greatest success across the board in this series. But I mean, look, they are not completely flawless, despite having picked up a flawless map on, all things said and done. But I mean, you look at it, not quite sure, have been able to at least mount the comeback a little here.
Yeah, the question is, do they have enough to get it over the line? Of course, we are on that very last map. Fatigue is starting to set in for these players. And, it's anyone's game at this point. It's whoever is going to be able to keep their head in the game. Not quite sure, do have that high-level competitive experience. And while, yes, Team 7, they're a bit of a rank stack, they do have those players who have played at that high level Campo, for example, as well. So it's really who makes the least mistakes, and so far there have been mistakes from both sides.
Well, let's dive on into the final map of the season. Of course, it's Oregon here to close things out. Winner takes all. It is do or die. There is no do-overs in this situation. Spud, you walk away either first or second. There is no in between. 1,200 or 900, gold or silver. We get on into it. Team 7 have the attack to start.
Don't forget bragging rights. You can say you were the champion. I know for Dirty, he's got something on the line as well. A second championship in a day will be pretty good. But hey, you're not quite there yet, mate. You still need to get this last one over the line. Not quite sure. Probably a knock and an Azami. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm not going to change it up, I see.
Indeed. 2-2. I mean, clean slate. I suppose you can at least mentally prepare yourself coming in that this is do or die. OSA as well has seen a huge uptick in the ban rates, which is, again, rather understandable. But obviously the transition being, you know, where do we go from here? Do we see the Valkyrie? Do we see the Kaid? What's coming out in the defense?
I mean, judging... Oh, okay, it will be the Kaid here. I was going to say we've seen Mirror being taken off the board by Team 7 quite frequently, but Kaid is also a good choice here. There are a lot of walls you do want to actually open up here. So they will stick that, and the Zami staying true to their form. So not too much out of the ordinary here for both these teams, I reckon.
Now, this is going to be interesting. I mean, you look at the Mirror in play, you've got the Valkyrie in play. There is just so many tools that could be used here to definitely cause some upsets. I'm intrigued. I am very much intrigued.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Not quite sure, definitely, I think, have been doing better on their defense than on their attack, bar maybe that last map on Bank. So for them to start off on defense in Oregon certainly is an advantage. They also have a lot of tools necessary to make this work. They've got President with the shield and the smoke. So no shotgun there, so I think it's going to be Fakers playing that elbow position. But certainly Elements as well will be able to slow down that push, and Team 7 need to make sure they don't fall into the same trap of running out of time for that execute.
5 seconds left.
Well, Grand Finals goes to map 5. You couldn't really ask for much more at the end of the day.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Not quite sure. Want to make the absolute most of this defense.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Team 7 now making fast entry into the building. 20 seconds in, and Hunter's already up in the top floor, clearing this out. There's no one up here, but of course you want to be safe just to be sure. And once they have that territory, they can start working the vertical. Again, very, very quick. Look at this, already clearing out that shower corridor. Yeah, it's going to be plenty of time to start working the utility at the on-site.
Yeah, Hunty's not wasting any time. I mean, it's a very rapid approach. In fact, all members of Team 7 not wasting any real time. Hyper accelerated in their approach to the bomb site. You got to respect it. That is a fairly risky play.
Well, they've cleared out the top 2 floors. They forced Not Quite Sure to fall back already, and they've still got about a little under 2 minutes to work with. So definitely really like the pace they're setting here. Quite a stark difference compared to what we've seen from Not Quite Sure. It is aggressive though, and being that close to, you know, your drones can get you killed if that information doesn't get there fast enough. So, you know, with that risk comes reward, I suppose.
Or,
like
yeah, Fakers claims himself too rather freely. Unfortunately, they were lined up, so they couldn't really contest that gunfight at all. Make that a third? Are we going to get another ace here, Spud? That's the real question.
Vandal looks to shut it down, but at that range, I think Faker certainly could land a shot. He does! It's a 4K at least. Fed into the meat grinder of the shotgun. Hunter is looking to add to that. Not sure if it's
You know what I've just noticed, bud? The quad kill no longer shows up on the screen. Yep, we get... Okay, so maybe it wasn't a full ace. Maybe... Oh, was it a team down, maybe?
That'd be unfortunate.
Does a flawless round override the ace? I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with the on-screen graphics.
I count it as an ace. We can check the scoreboard observer maybe. But yeah.
Yeah, no. So okay, so it was just the fact that it was a flawless round, which overrides the fact that it was an ace on the end round screen.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Apparently, all you need is just fakers. Well, it was a bit questionable from Team 7. They did kind of seem to feed into fakers and his shotgun, so yeah. But certainly with the rest of not quite sure holding on to the rest of site, Team 7 didn't have too many options, especially with the diffuser down like that. You do have to go retrieve it. But I think at that point they just called it, yeah, okay, next round, let's just get this over and done with. Fakers will certainly be happy with that one though.
Oh, no, I think he's going to be absolutely stoked. 5 maps, 5 aces. You couldn't ask for much more. Well, I mean, at the moment, I think we know who's going to win, though. Team 7 have the more aces across the board. So realistically, they should be the ones to win.
Maybe a question of the tweet should be how many aces we're going to see, and then I can guarantee you no one would get it right, because I don't think anyone would have predicted 5 aces. 2 aces in a row in a situation like this. I think we could see more, potentially, maybe 6. I don't think we'll get to 7 in this series, but certainly, once again, very, very speedy approach from Team 7, right behind those drones. Karma, I believe, does shut one down, but Hunter's already waiting for him. Both players kind of know that there's going to be someone there, taking a little bit cautious here.
Well, what a swing from Hunter. Unfortunately, can't do it twice. Takes out Prez, but gets traded out himself. Oryx for an Ash. I mean, much and muchness. I don't really think either team comes out on top there. Maybe, just maybe, not quite sure, given they've got an Aruni and a Wamai in place, so the Ash could have been used to clear some of the utility. But either way, realistically, a pretty level trade.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, it did go, it was really well played there from Not Quite Sure as well, bringing out that extra player to bait that swing. So good patience and discipline there from both teams, I think. But Not Quite Sure to end up a little bit better off that end.
Realistically, the health is reasonably even across the board. No significant lead either way. Storm's defense, notorious at times. But again, the mental has to be big here. Karma taking down Turds, who, despite a phenomenal introduction to the map after this, going into the second, has really fallen off just a little bit.
Yeah, we did still see him put numbers up on the second map, but it seems that has gone a little bit tired here. Campo as well. Okay, I'm not going to use the word washed just quite yet. I certainly don't think he is, but certainly in this map has not been showing up. They've gotten a single kill over these last 2 rounds. Yeah, and it's still a single kill here.
Well, not quite sure. Quite sure. They've taken a 2-0 start to the map. Quite happy with that. They want to close the series out as soon as possible. But 2-0 start, honestly, is respectable for Not Quite Sure, given everything that they've been put through tonight.
Yeah, and given that that's 5... They've only lost a single player over those 2 rounds, right? That's pretty impressive. I mean, Not Quite Sure have put some pretty impressive rounds out before. They put 4 flawless rounds out against F2. But to go 2 rounds against Team 7 without losing a single player, only once is pretty good. Team 7 now might be facing the mental struggle. They might be facing a bit of a block here, as not quite sure seem to have gotten their mojo back. Certainly was lacking at the start of map 3, map 4 perhaps, but managed to find their way back.
Respectable. I mean, especially given one of the maps was a 7-0. There is a lot to be said about not quite sure's ability to bounce back. But it could all be for nothing if they are unable to win the series.
Kitchen meeting now, the tertiary site where you usually see that OSA shield come into play, but of course it has been removed from Team 7. Fakers finds a beautiful C4 onto Vandal. Once again, the man with the shotgun finds the kills, and now playing on this basement stairs with a lot of utility to protect him, it's going to be a hard time flushing him out of that position as well.
Well, not quite sure. Again, striking an early blow. That's your Thatcher off the board. And unfortunately, the hard times just keep rolling. Not quite sure. Could you imagine if they closed out the series with a 7-0 of their own?
That would be poetic. Like, that would be indeed, I can't think of a better word, poetic, but well-deserved if they do manage that. I mean, well played to all involved, but if not quite sure are able to bring that back, then undisputed champions here, I think we could call them, being able to fight from 2-1 deficit, after a 7-0 loss as well.
Indeed. Campo's just going to town on the vert. Unfortunately, he's not finding much as Turds to also falls. My God, Spud, this is about to be 3-0 start to Oregon.
Mind you, we did see a 3-1 start on Bank as well. So it's not entirely over, but certainly not quite sure seem to be very much in control. They've been dictating the pacing. And now we finally see the first timeout being requested by Team 7, and that is a sign that perhaps they're starting to feel the sweat. They have not requested a timeout this entire series, except for now.
Oh boy, there you go. They've got 3 kills in 3 rounds. But I mean, mentally that's rough.
Mm-hmm. Fakers is 6-0 at this point.
He is. I mean, look, a 6-0 KD. I think the record at the moment in ANZ is a 7 KD, which is the highest we've ever had. And that was Tiltec and Luna in the same game. Tiltec had 14 and 2. Luna had 7 and 1. So, look, possibilities are there.
Yeah, all Fakers has to do is find another double, and he's in for it. Dirty as well hasn't died. Neither has Element. So Karma and Prez, the only ones who have actually fallen at all. Sealy, Turdstar, and Vandal 0-3 at the moment. Not a good time for Team 7. Certainly a much needed attack timeout, taking a page from Not Quite Sure's book. I'm certain they will have found a way to reset things.
Oh dear. Oh, there we go. Back down to basement.
Attackers need to locate
I wonder. I mean, you're in this position. You battled all this way. It's been a long day. I mean, we're just about to crack 1 o'clock in the morning here in New Zealand, and it's a best of 5 series. Your first map was an 8-6. So mentally, you're exhausted. But they need something special to be able to bring this one back.
Well, there's no more subbing in new players now. Saber is well and truly gone. Turdstar is here to stay. This is the last map, so you don't get a second choice again. Team 7 have to pull something out of the bag here. They've had such a miracle run over the series, and to drop it all, lose it all here would be such a shame. They did come second last season as well, and they were so close to changing that, making it a first place this time, but not quite sure now, leading 3-0 in the final map. This is not looking good for Team 7.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, what do you do in this situation? They've brought the Ying, but if that does go down, I mean, if you kill the Ying early, it's going to be completely irrelevant. Same with the Twitch. All that utility wasted. They've got a mirror in play, which I think is why we see Turd on the Twitch. But again, if he can't get those shock drones into position, what's the point?
Yeah, with the mute jammers in place as well. And mind you, those mirror windows will stop Ying from being effective. It won't matter. You'll be able to take cover and then just shoot once you get that information. So really, it all hinges on getting rid of those mirror windows, opening up some avenue for you to approach to get in close and use those candelas. But so far, I'm not quite sure I'm playing it fairly safe. They've just held on to site. Some peaks here or there. A C4 though from President, and Sealy is off the board.
Well, it's again a bleak situation, I think is the best way I could possibly describe it right now. No Iana, limited info gathering potential. Campo is going to find Karma at the very least. It brings it back to the 4 versus 4. Candela's prepped and ready. The Wham I there to deal with him. So one brought back into E-Box. Can he find the lineup for a better throw? Will just get it inside the door. Second one again will go through to the side, but Faker somehow connects with that nitro cell. Spotted towards Boiler. Campo can't quite find the connection, and Dirty.
Oh my goodness.
What a shot, and Turtsy's a little bit frustrated at that. Oh my god, Elements as well. Spud. Fakers is 7-0. Hunter, the last player remaining, will deny that. Dirty claims him a 4-round streak to start.
Well, not quite sure. Are a little bit sure of themselves now. 4 rounds ahead. Even after that timeout, it doesn't seem to have helped Team 7 very much. They were able to make a little bit of space, but ultimately the crosses being held by not quite sure proved too much. They did have a little bit of space to work with in E-Box, but there's still one in Elbow who could easily fall back. There's still the pillar player to consider. And of course, that C4 didn't help as well. Now it's all up to Team 7 to chase some of these rounds back. Will we be seeing a 6-0? Still unlikely at this point. I still think a 5-1 at most. But looking at the scoreboard, Fakers 7-1, Dirty 5-0, Elements 4-0. We could be seeing someone surpass that 7 KD very soon.
Well, this is
10 seconds remaining.
probably the best situation, but not quite sure of been in since that first map, of course. Actually, I didn't look argue. I'll give them Bank. Probably the best spot they've been in since last map.
I think the furthest ahead they were on Bank was a 3-1, 2 rounds, and I think at most, yeah, it was always 2 rounds away. So it's been very, very close on Bank, and then of course we know Team 7 was very, very much ahead on Theme Park and Clubhouse. So this, yeah, definitely the furthest they've been, I think, the entire series, including that first map. Will they be able to use it to propel themselves to victory? Will they get that mythical 7-0? And, you know, that would truly be a poetic way to finish the series. But they've still got a ways to go. There's still the attacking half of them. Team 7 aren't quite done yet.
Oh dear. Everyone's still alive in the first minute. But you still look at it. Elements has yet to die, so is Dirty.
Attackers have located
Some big shots possible here. As they're gearing up for this defense. Vandal with those shock drones, trying to clear out some utility. But Elements is here. We'll spot that wall being opened up in the bunk kids defense. But I mean, this has been a quiet game. I mean, how many times we've seen Sealy and Vandal get aces, and they are both killless right now.
Very, very interesting way this map has turned out. we predicted it'd be close. I didn't think that Not Quite Sure would get so far ahead. And if anything, just based on the number of rounds won so far, I'd expect Team 7 to be doing a little bit better. But it is what it is. Sealy will take up some damage as they attempt to go for this brute force push. President drops Hunter just like that. But actually in position to plan. I think he has a cover for it.
This is bold, toxic canister. Is it going to be enough? Vandal will get the plant out and tuck himself away. 4 versus 4, and this is a great little spot that Team 7 have found themselves in. They've got the player advantage, and on top of that, they've gotten the plant down, and that's huge. Down to Karma. Somehow they've pulled this one out of the fire, and they will get themselves on the board finally. And that is a tall task.
Yeah, getting the plant down as well was really, you know, it's actually quite difficult on Oregon. So to manage that was definitely very challenging. And we saw Vandal almost losing his life. I admire the commitment to it, to the plant, to the team. And it paid off. They got the plant down, and then that's when things really started changing. Not quite sure on the back foot, having to find a way to retake. But Team 7 were, by then they had addict control. They're able to hold all those crosses. So it will give Team 7 their very first round. A bit late, but a much needed round. Vandal, however, still killless. Unfortunate there, buddy. But hey, at least he got the plant down. So support main, well done.
Yeah, someone's going to do it. Unfortunately. Dirty still sporting the 5 KD. He's sitting pretty. I would imagine that he's probably going to dip just a little bit further before the map is over, but it's 4-1 currently, and a 5-1 is possible on the kitchen and meeting defense. Look, that was a much needed round for Team 7. If not for that, I think the series could have been called nice and easy.
Oh no. That is a rookie. Okay, I don't want to be too harsh on Sealy here.
Send it.
Okay, that's a rookie mistake. Rookie mistake walking up to the balcony like that. You know they're players like Karma. They're going to do everything they can to win, and just... that should not have happened like that.
Indeed. Hunter gets things opened up into games. Walking closet contested for free. Karma still up there. But Vandal on this drone could do a lot of damage. Clears out the cam, but Campo falls. Fake is still holding up here in the attic. Has the rotate back. Hell, he could even reinforce his way out of it. Vandal in trouble. Does get the kill ultimately, but at the cost of so much of his health. Turns for one. Hunter just slammed by Fakers.
Yeah, the SMG giveth and the SMG taketh away. Fakers will be the one with the SMG this time, and he will be the one to win that fight. 3 players remaining for Team, not quite sure, but with Vandal on low health. Might all be up to Third Star here. Very, very soon we might see a change. They have taken the top floor here, mind you, so they've got some vertical to work with. But only the impact grenades coming out from Third Star, no breaching charges. So they're going to be limited in their options and no way to open up those hatches as well. So that's going to be a bit of a concern.
Oh, well. Like you said, the SMG giveth and the SMG taketh away. SMG will giveth to Fakers, who's had a phenomenal round, and Prez closes it out. Not quite sure. Take a 5-1, a defensive half here on Oregon.
Very, very convincing half now. We spoke about it earlier. 5-1 does seem in the cards. Not quite a 7-0 available for Not Quite Sure anymore, but I could see it going all the way to a 7-1, and that would be truly a way to end things out. Not quite the 7-0, but hey, at least you made a reverse sweep, if you will. Yeah, it's a reverse sweep. That's pretty funny.
Well, they need 2 rounds to make that reverse sweep a possibility. Whether or not it does carry on that way, well, Team 7 now have the defense, and it is up to them.
Faker is bringing out the Monty. who was it? Yeah, I think it was, yes, not quite sure who brought out the bounty on Clubhouse, and it worked charm. Unfortunately, they didn't win that round, but maybe this is the opportunity to change it. Could send that through bunker. Smoke will be a bit of trouble here, but if you can bait out those smoke canisters early on, then you do give yourself a bit more option later. Of course, there's still frag grenades, impacts to work with. You can still flush out that player. Silly though, upstairs could put a dent in that plan if he comes back down the main stairs late. Could get that flank.
I don't think that not quite sure done just yet. I'm expecting some shenanigans. Hunter holding elbow but without a shield, which is interesting. Toadster as well wanted to get aggressive out of that main lobby double, was punished quite heavily for his efforts. I don't know. I'm baffled that after a 7-0 loss, being down 2-1, not quite sure might be able to bring it back here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a sign of a good team, right? Being able to fight back from such a position and still be able to win it. That's what makes a team great. Being able to fight even when they're on the losing end of it. Still though, the same thing can be said for Team 7. They've taken two maps, after a disappointing 8-6 loss that was very, very close. And now they're here to fight in the last one, though haven't shown up too much just yet. 1-5. So probably time to do so now, because given another round, I'm not quite sure we'll be on map point.
Yeah, bleak spot currently. And now gearing up for that push, the utility dump towards Boiler. Droning things out. Multi-pronged approach. They need to clear out that Banshee though to try and give Fakers the opportunity to get down the main stairs. And there we go, Dirty. He's going to be the one to come on through, scout that information, pulls back with the drone. Bit of a bait and switch with the Gemini, just trying to find whatever they can. There we go. Fakers slowly lurking his way on down. Karma the first to fall. Player spotted in the corner. Is going to be drawing a lot of information here. And that's unfortunate because all that attention is now focused his way, but Prez comes in clutch, brings it to the 4 versus 4. Health bars are dwindling. Banshee cleared out. They're being corralled back onto the site. Prez does go down. Pistol out. No, Campo's good for another. Can they find the denial? Sealy long arms that Nitro into E-Box. And now all of a sudden this push has been completely dismantled. It's Dirty. He might have to 1v4 clutch this one up.
Nope.
Never mind.
Campo, I think, was a little bit insulted when I called him washed and has struck back. I'm just glad I'm not on the receiving end here. Team 7, not quite sure is. What a way to do so. 4 kills, I believe, in that round from Campo, shutting down Not Quite Sure's push. They climb themselves back another round, 2-5. Still 3 rounds behind, but that gap is certainly closing, and Not Quite Sure certainly feeling the pressure.
I would imagine so.
Defenders, protect your
Both teams even should be feeling some pressure right now. This has been a brutal run. So, as it stands, okay, some cheekiness coming out. Karma hovering the armory right now. But they still only need 2 more. And they've got 3 to play with to the tie, 4 to overtime point. So, I think Not Quite Sure, still reasonably happy with their position.
Yeah, Karma could actually do some damage if he comes up that attic hatch, comes up kid's bedroom hatch for the execute. And especially combined with some interesting choices of operators here. I think this might just be a big window send here. They've got the line, they've got the Capital for the smoke. And then the Firebolts will be able to deny some of these players rotating into position as well. So I do like this. It's just a matter of if they'll be able to get into position and if they get enough control for it.
Straight into Big Tower, which has been the go-to play with the armories recently. You see it, and oh my god, in this SEA region, And Campo was instrumental in that last round and holding off for Team 7. He's been completely dumpstered this round. Straight in, insta headshot by Karma. And now they can look to threaten into Attic and beyond.
Yeah, with the small tower push, they certainly are going to be pressuring that big window. The question is whether it's going to be from Attic or from the kid's bedroom. Well, with that lack of dedicated hard breach in Karma's position, actually, I'm not quite sure here. He could rotate over to highway window here, jump in and jump on into trophy. So yeah, a lot of options certainly can still threaten a lot of players. Will just miss Vandal there. That's unfortunate for him, but lucky for Vandal for him to get away.
Elements down below, but it's Fakers to next strike the blow. Sealy gone too. And 2 OG members of this Team 7 roster gone, unfortunately. It might just make that hole that little bit harder. Hunter, the toxic canisters contesting the window. Elements gone. Prez team killed. And that is Bleak. Down to the 3 versus 3, and this has given Team 7 the avenue back in.
Hey, it's President's fault for getting in the way of Fakers. Fakers is 11-3 right now, okay? He's got the high KD, he gets the right to speak. Also, just dumpsters turdster there, okay? So, he giveth and he taketh away. I guess get away with that. Hunter's still looking for that challenge, but it's going to be a difficult position, and especially with 40 seconds left. You can still certainly rotate around for one final decision where to push. The shotgun, though, will save the day. And now I think, not quite sure, wish they had President back.
Oh dear.
Oh,
It's
no.
all coming together. Dirty might have just sealed the deal. Vandal, can he clutch up the 1 versus 2? He's clutched up big before, but no, Dirty just clutches up better. That's huge.
Well, Dirty definitely thanking his lucky stars. I thought he was going to lose that fight against Hunter with the shotgun at that range. I am just as surprised as anyone that he survived that, but it was a crucial survival there. He gets away with it. He takes out Hunter, he takes out Vandal, and he takes, not quite sure, to match point. Now, this is series point, mind you. This is it. Team 7 are now 4 rounds behind. They cannot drop a single round. Otherwise, it will be over. And what a story it has been for both these teams. Team 7 coming from that very, very close first map to getting 2 very, very dominating wins. Not quite sure, hanging in there for dear life, about to win it all.
Well, 4 rounds needed for overtime. Spud. That is a tall task, but when you're facing down the barrel of a map 5 in a grand final, the stakes that high, the stress that high. I think if Team 7 are to do it here, it would be off the back of not quite sure handing them that success.
Yeah, they've given some freebies away, but I don't think not quite sure we'll make that mistake again. They've done their charity, they've done their tax-free donations, and now it is time to get their earnings. Karma once again on the Amaru, first into the building, into the big tower. No one there to greet him. I think Team 7 have learnt their lesson about it this time.
We'll see. Elements gets himself into position, starts to drone things out, wants to get confirmation on whatever denial may be in play, but it's scouted as being none. Campo there on the door. Will clear the drone out, largely give away his position. So now a huge amount of awareness, not quite sure. Burn the ADSs, get confirmation that it's clear, and they will take the shield too.
Yeah, good utility use there, almost perfect bar one flashbang, but hey, you just want to check, just want to make sure. So with that trophy position gone and the attic position flushed out by Karma as well, they've now got full reign to walk into trophy, walk into master bedroom, work that closet wall. Grenade as well takes out Hunter. The clutch master himself is gone. 5 versus 4 here, half of the round to go.
Campo with the pocket ADS gets spooked. We'll finally get it down, but how effective that's going to be, we'll have to see. Push from Attic. More explosions coming out, and Sealy will hear those ex-Kairos. Might have to look to get aggressive, but no, backs himself right down the white stairs, out of danger. And in fact, it might be a push towards the tower. Vandal takes Fakers out, but Heban has already done his job.
Unfortunately, Campo just misses his shot. Amari has tucked away and doesn't actually die. That is unfortunate. Vandal does fall. Sealy goes on the run out, but is punished for it. Dirty finds him as well. Someone finds him as well. It's 2v4.
That's brutal. 3 versus 2. There's no hope for Sealy coming back, but Campo finds 2. Almost a third. His Elements take some big damage. With prayers outside, Team 7 might have just turned this one back in their favor, and there you go, the swing from Turd. They hold on for at least one more, Spud.
Looking very, very precarious there. That Campo, he comes in clutch to save the day. 2 quick kills certainly changed that outcome. Not quite sure had all the player advantage, but they got a little too hasty. Karma once again running straight into that site. And with that, Team 7 put themselves up another round. Still 3 rounds behind. Still feeling the pressure here, but it's a start.
Attackers need to locate
The hold needs to be severe. They will need to dig the deepest again, I think, that they've ever dug. Possible. There is possibility. The dream is not dead for Team 7 just yet.
Team 7, the team with a dream. A bunch of mates come together to take on the very best that ANZ Siege has to offer. They've made it this far. It would be a shame to fall short at this critical juncture. But it looks like they will by 3 rounds. Not quite sure are 3 rounds ahead of them at the moment. Can they claw it back? Turdstar now looking to make some cheeky plays. They need anything they can get to find that advantage.
Well, he spots someone at... No, just not quite. They won't present themselves. And so Ted's opportunity is missed. He will hear those windows being... or the barricades rather being popped. Oh, he's going to be scouted. He does get himself away, though. Just too quick, and no one sitting behind Fakers to find the kill.
That could have been a dangerous moment there, but he does get away with his life. Not quite sure now. Making a repeat of that Monty and the Ying here. So committing to that strategy fully. Didn't quite work out the first time, but given a little bit more time, I do think it can be successful. And the very first time they brought it out on Clubhouse, it was largely successful as well. But they know they just need to take it slow and steady. Not too slow, of course. Time has been an issue they faced, but with the Monty, they're able to play a little bit more aggressively to get that information. Now they know all the players are downstairs. They can take their time trying to flush out some of this utility.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Have to make sure they don't take out too much time and a lot of drone work, but no one to back it up.
Indeed. Well, halfway through the round, they do have some good ground. The side are not quite sure. In fact, they're going to block some decent lines of sight too, but all 10 players still alive in the lobby. Banshee cleared, and they take boiler control, and that in and of itself is big. Unfortunately, the Candela is going to completely blind Fakers. There's little can do. Turns though will fall, and the pressure now coming through. They can march on towards the site, start pressuring for potential defuse. 30. Throwing in the Roteros as well. Toxic Canis is onto Karma. Force him out, just surviving that. And that could have been disastrous.
The denial has been so crucial, not just on bank, but here as well. But forcing out those smoke canisters early could buy not quite sure enough time to go for the plant. They swapped it over another player on the plant now. They make their second attempt here. President on the plant. Hunter now, his position has been well and truly compromised. He can't get that kill. Dirty and Karma find 2 versus 3.
Plant didn't go through the swing onto E-Box. 2 versus 2 here. One has the shield, and well, look at that. Team 7 hold fast to the 10th as well. Not going quietly into the night. They will continue on kicking and screaming.
Well, it was going so well for Not Quite Sure. They managed to get the utility out of the way early on. They were pressuring the site, going for that plant, but it all fell apart off some great frags from Team 7. They've halved the deficit between them and Not Quite Sure. Still 2 rounds to go. They go onto the tertiary site, which of course, as we know, usually the weakest of the sites. Will this be where Not Quite Sure finally close it out after what has been a grueling series?
I don't know. I'm losing faith, but not quite sure we'll be able to hold off. I think the possibility of overtime is rapidly approaching, and that needs to terrify the living hell out of Not Quite Sure if they want to close this one out.
So first we had a reverse sweep, then we had a reverse sweep. Now we have a reverse sweep. I'm starting to lose track, so I'm just going to say that, you know, I'm disappointed in all of you for giving up opportunities where you could have won, but also, yeah, it's pretty fun. Pretty fun watching this.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
This is possibly, again, the last round. I know production's been ready to go back to us so many times already and have been denied. But we've still got one more to go at the very minimum, Spud.
2.5 minutes to go, potentially before we crown a new champion here. Team 7, though, holding on fast. They're making sure we play down to the very last map. The very last round, sorry, of the last map. No silly mistakes here from Not Quite Sure, ending up in front of a pre-fire here, but Hunter does find President. Another good kill from SMG Man himself.
And that could be what takes them just that step further again. If they can find this round, that gives us maximum regulation once again.
Oh?
Turds the no. The older 5.56 peak across the way.
Did he get shot from the drone hole?
I believe he did. Oh, the jump in forces Campo out as well. And that's less than ideal. Because off the back of that, they lose the position, but they do get Vandal back up and they find themselves a pick on top of it.
Oh, Fakers hits a nice shot onto Sealy, but has the damage already been done? They've lost elements, they've lost President. 2 players down already. Vandal is on low health though, so it could still work, but you've lost that vertical presence from Presidents. You have breaching charges and also from Dirty, so still got around here, but Vandal might be, no! He gets shut down. Karma boosts himself back up. This might be where it falls apart.
Might be indeed. Well, Karma is down. I believe that Nano Boost is on a bit of a cooldown. So if they can get him back up, I think they may just have the one more. No, there we go. It is used. At least it keeps Fakers and Dirty nice and healthy. Oh, no! Oh, that could have been rough. I thought he may have seen an angle there. It looked like Team 7 were waiting, but I think that was my end, unfortunately. 20 seconds though, Spud. They've got to make the move here. Not quite sure. Don't really have the position that they're looking for. The defensive spread is quite good in terms of coverage. There we go, Hunter rotating through. He should spot Fakers. No! Karma's watching the angle. This plant should go through. Pre-fires galore, but Karma's going to stay cool. Karma collected. And there you go. Not Quite Sure clutch it up in the 5th map. All the way. And would you believe it? Team 7 cannot complete the dream run to take us to overtime.
The reverse sweep has come into effect. Not Quite Sure, after suffering 2 shocking maps, have clawed it all the way back on the 4th and the 5th map. They've made it 7-4. Well-deserved victory there after, you know, fighting back from such adversity. Definitely shows why they are the best, the most consistent in this tournament. I mean, yeah, like what can you say? Despite losing that 7-0, 7-3 on Clubhouse and Theme Park, they've managed to really up their game on Bank, on Oregon especially as well, and well-deserved victory there.
I mean, on top of that, can you believe Team 7, 2 seasons in a row, stopped at the final hurdle in the grand finals, second place 2 seasons in a row? Like, that's soul crushing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it pays to do your homework, right? This is what you get for not doing your homework. I guess not quite sure finally did show them up. It would have been a little bit embarrassing if Team 7 had come in and, beaten them off the fact they just rock up every week. But certainly think about what Team 7 could have achieved if they had actually scrimmed, if they had done that practice. Like, they would be a force to be reckoned with.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome in for an interview president of Not Quite Sure. Look, mate, you had us there in map 2. We were very concerned in map 2, but talk us through it. I mean, how do you bounce back from that?
Oh, no. Can we hear him?
Oh, no. Oh, look. Classic LPL Pro wouldn't be the same without the players making some stitch up with the audio. But Spud, I really want that interview. I want to know. I genuinely want to know what was going on, because we talked about it throughout the entire series. That takes a colossal effort. You go down 7-0, you then lose map 3, and they still bring it back. Like, what? Look, there's something special that happens for that to go down.
Yeah, I mean, it shows the level of play here, the quality of play, and as we mentioned, the consistency that, despite those losses, they're able to fight back. And I think that is where we see the best teams really shine, when the chips are down, when they've got that unfavorable position, how they're still able to claw it back and keep fighting. And in this case, we're not quite sure they're able to win it all in the end. So definitely showing us why, they are at this position they are in, which is, of course, first place champions. Dirty does get a second championship of the day.
Well, unfortunately, we do have confirmation. Prez may have locked it down in the server. Unfortunately, can't lock it down tech-wise. So, unfortunately, we will be skipping the interview. Maybe we can record that later on and get it up on the socials. But right now, we do have a winner in of itself, some sort of winner, that being Lunchbox, it would seem. He thinks Hunter going to have the most kills because Capcan Shotgun is not banned. We did not see the Capcan Shotgun banned once. The sausage did not make an appearance. I don't think Hunter got the most kills by the end of it either. But look, he tweeted, and I believe that does mean that he does get the giveaway there, Spud. So at least someone got involved and walked away with a win. But Spud, I mean, look, you're looking back at the season. What do you make of it? Is this how you would have wanted it to end?
Look, I think we couldn't have asked for a better final here. What a storyline just for anyone watching. I mean, obviously really, really hard fought map from both teams. Not quite sure able to take the first map. And then, Team 7 suddenly shine amazingly 7-0, 7-3. And then, of course, not quite sure, bring it back to, again, very, very close maps, much closer than, the 7-0, 7-3. So, ultimately, I think the viewers were the real winners here, of course. Being able to watch that was definitely an amazing show.
Well, that does bring Season 2 of the Rocket LPL Pro Rainbow Six Season 2 to an end. Spud, from us, production, everyone involved behind the scenes, will be signing off. Until next season, have a good one and stay safe. See you then.
Tango in my sights.
Now it's time for New Belt Nitro Single, and he fell for it. He's looking to give coverage for his teammate, right? Can he lock it down? Yes, he can, but the swing's in. Has to find it. No time. Pun has to swing in.